How are y'all doing today? Check 1, 2. I think I'm live. Here we are, guys. Welcome to the stream. Hope you guys enjoy. Today we are going to the Cookout 500, Southern 500 at Darlington Raceway. Really excited for this race today. One of the most iconic races of the season. One of the few 500-mile races still on the schedule. Can't wait for this one. It's going to be a long one. A lot of strategy going to be involved. I mean, a lot of adjustments going to be being made throughout the night. You're going to see who shines in the first race of the playoffs and who puts themselves in a hole early. I hope you guys enjoy. Right now on the opening pace laps. But we're going to be getting underway here very soon. Austin Dillon, the only car to the rear in this race, just missed the playoffs last week.
Looking forward to that.
Here we are, guys, about to go live. We're going down the back straightaway. The pace lights are out on the pace car. That means they're going to be going green here next time by. Stage 1, Stage 2 will both be 115 laps. The final stage will be 137 laps. Just a bit longer than the previous stages. And then the fuel window will be 60 to 65 laps. So definitely going to have some pit stops in every stage. Going to be some strategy, that's for sure, in that final stage. If you can do it on one stop or two, if you can save the fuel or get some cautions. But here they are. Coming off turn number 4, you got Blaney on the inside. And you got Blaney on the inside. And Elliott on the outside. Or not Elliott. Anyways, Blaney on the inside, Hamlin on the outside. Here they come into the Geico restart zone. And here they come. Blaney with a great restart. Hamlin not a great restart on the outside. Kurt Busch clears Hamlin for second. They're side by side behind him. Here they come over the freshly paved asphalt in turn number 2. Going to see if that plays any role in any accidents in this race. Down the back straightaway, the field spreads out. Kurt Busch with a huge lead over Hamlin for second. It is Blaney, Busch, Hamlin, Bowman. Your top 4. They're side by side behind them. Blaney will lead lap number 1. Kurt Busch on the bumper of Blaney. I think Kurt Busch is a dark horse for this race. He's been solid at this race in the past. I think he'll definitely get a top 10. Lap 2 seems smooth too. Your top 10 as they run: Blaney, Kurt Busch, Hamlin, Bowman, Elliott, Reddick, Larson, Harvick, Morola, and Truex. All top 16 spots, still all your playoff drivers. Going to be interesting to see how I think McDowell and Almirola have not been solid drivers this season, but they're going to be giving it their all here early. McDowell looking the inside of Bell. He gets up. Wow, that was almost got into the bumper of Bell. Really dove it in there in turn number 1. He's not going to complete the pass, though, down the back straightaway. Blaney still leads over Kurt Busch, then Hamlin, Bowman, Elliott. Hamlin running that non-FedEx scheme, only runs this, I think it's offer pad scheme, I think a couple times a year now, but looks different. I almost thought it was an Elliott car at first, which reminded me, I think, that Lumar scheme. Byron looking the inside of Truex into turn number 3. He's going to get him. Busch trying to follow through. Larson chasing Reddick for that 6th spot. Momentum key off these turns here. You can make a move to the inside, but often if you can't clear on that outside lane, we'll get a run down these straightaways. Blaney still leads over Kurt Busch, Bowman, and Elliott. Almost looking 3 wide there for a second in turns 3 and 4. Truex, Byron, Kyle Busch. If you guys want to put in the chat who your pick is to win, you can go ahead and do that. Hi, Christian Martinez. Good evening, Matt. You're watching from Darlington. Are you at the track? I can't watch the race because I don't have the channel. Oh, that stinks, Christian. It's not an NBC, I said, but yeah. I'll be trying to stream almost all of the races on NBCSN during the playoffs. Elliott gets around Bowman for fourth. So some electrical issue I think seems to be up with the 48. Don't know how much of an issue it is yet, but definitely going to want to keep tabs on that. He's lost the spot to Elliott, and now Reddick looks to be moving around the outside of him. I think this could be a strong track for Reddick. I don't know. I can't remember how well he did in the spring, but he likes to run the wall, and you can get some good momentum on this track here.
And Steve, you heard the one thing Alex Bowman was worried about is that he can't shut the engine off.
You're a Spire Penske fan. Okay. You want Kurt to win? You would think Chase will win Mike Johnson? I think Kurt is an underdog. I don't know if he'll win, but I think he'll definitely. I think I would be very surprised if Kurt Busch does not get a top 10 unless he gets crashed down or something like that. But Blaney still leads over Kurt Busch, Hamlin, Elliott, Bowman, your top 5. Then Reddick, Larson, Harvick, Almirola, Logano.
Right now, Bowman running in the 5th position. Chase Elliott was able to get behind and take 4th away. Blaney out front.
Still, the top 17 drivers are all still playoff drivers. Blaney maintaining about a half of a second lead over Kurt. Hamlin's slowly catching Kurt, I think. If Blaney wins this race, I think that'd be pretty surprising. That'd be a pretty big power move there. I don't think that – I think Blaney, a lot of his wins this year weren't really like he was the best driver, but you're simping for Chase's car. I think Chase's car looks good, but I think a lot of people are saying it's like one of the greatest schemes of the year. I don't think it's like amazing, but it definitely looks nice. I think it looks better than his usual Napa scheme.
Just ride that wall all the way around.
Blaney's still leading though. Competition caution will come out soon. I can't remember when that is. I'm looking if there's. Okay, so apparently Bowman is having some electrical issues, so nothing that's really necessarily hurting the car itself, but with the dash inside the car, it's not, I guess, telling him the right information, so that could definitely be an issue with pit road speed, possibly. Hello, Green Legend 14, how you doing? Elliott now being hounded by Elliott gets around Hamlin. Hamlin's dropped back to 4th. Elliott looking strong here early. He's up 2 spots. Reddick has now also gotten around Bowman. It's funny. Remember how they had the BPM thing on Hamlin last week at Daytona, and how his was like really low compared to everybody else's? His is higher now than it was at Daytona. Is that not? That's something right there. Yeah, I know you changed your name, Green Legend. Wait, what was your name before? Because I can't remember now. I just want to know so that way I can update the ramp race stuff. So that way I don't get you, confused with somebody else. Thank you guys for watching. Under our first commercial break, though, already. Oh, and the caution is out. I don't know if that was the competition caution was at lap 15 or if there's something else, but I'm sure we'll find out when things come back to green. I'm only seeing this because of the nonstop going on right here. Yeah, you're Emmanuel. That's who you are. Okay. Emmanuel Garcia. Yep. Thank you, Green Legend. Who do you think will win the race tonight? I think Truex definitely is like probably the favorite because of how well he was with this package this year and just because he won this race in the spring in dominating fashion. I think the big factor here is that it's night, not daytime, so I think that may also play against him a bit. I think it's going to come down a lot to who can adjust the best for these conditions. Right now, Elliott's already looking pretty strong, moving up a couple spots. Blaney's looking strong. He's leading pretty commandantly so far. I don't know if commandantly is a word, but we just made it the word. I think Larson's also a favorite. He finished second here in the spring. He's also been good with this package. I mean, he's just been one of the best drivers all year. So I think that definitely plays into it. But, you know, we'll see. I think I'll have a better answer for you once stage 2 comes to an end, or even stage 1. You'll start to see who's strong and who's not. Without qualifying in practice, it's really hard to tell, you know, who has a good car. You have to rely a lot on information from past races with the package. Alex Bowman has scraped the wall, though. He did get into the wall a little bit, and he now may have a tire rub on that car. Oh, that may have been what brought out the caution. Oh, Alex Bowman blows a tire. I don't know. I haven't seen this in person, but I'm just looking at the live updates. So, because, you know, Twitter's a mile ahead of real time. But we'll see when we come back to green. Alex Bowman has blown a left rear tire. Not too severe damage. I mean, I don't think he'll be competitive, but he should be able to finish the race. But Bowman blows a tire entering turn 3, goes up the track, gets in the wall hard on the right front, and then Byron comes flying in and cleans down his left rear. That could have been way worse. I mean, that is some great driving by Byron that it wasn't worse. I mean, he could have avoided it better, but it certainly could have been worse. And Kurt Busch has gone around Blaney for the lead, so somebody said Kurt Busch was their pick to win. I think Kurt was an underdog for this win, and Kurt Busch could be the win. But already, Bowman with some big damage. He's going to probably finish this race multiple laps down. And I don't think Byron has too much damage. I'm looking at the car. Oh, big right rear damage for Byron. Big damage for both Bowman and Byron. This is not how Hendrick wanted things to go. Big right rear damage for Byron and big left rear damage for Bowman. Byron avoided Bowman for the most part, but he must have snagged the wall. That is some big news for those Hendrick guys. They're going to be working hard to repair those cars. But Byron and Bowman with big damage early, that is not good. So, yeah, Bowman must have scraped the wall barely. I didn't notice that. And then he blew a tire as a result. He was in the wall, but wasn't going to have too severe damage. And then Byron came in and basically almost cleaned out his left rear. And in the process, Byron cleaned out his right rear somehow, but definitely not good. The most people, it was Byron and Bowman. Those are the two people. Bowman blows a tire entering turn 3, hits the wall. Then Byron comes flying in behind him. Could have drilled him and had it go much worse. Avoids him, though, somewhat. Clips his left rear. Tears up his left rear. I hope they can still get fuel in that car. That's the biggest cheer for Bowman. But then Byron, after that, must have gotten into the wall himself and taken out his left rear. So, yeah, going to be a long night for both the 24 and the 48. Mike Johnson, why aren't I showing the race like times in the past? Well, I only showed the race once. The SRX, I showed the race. But that was because the SRX has no copyright. Like, they don't care if you're showing the race. They won't do anything. But NASCAR does, because they're a more professional series and that they've been around. Just like anything like the NFL, NHL. You know, at the end of the NASCAR program, how it says, this is the NASCAR content. Any use of this, whatever, you know what I'm saying? And so the SRX doesn't have that, so you can do it. But with NASCAR, you can't just stream the race or else you'll get banned or striked by YouTube or any streaming platform in general. So that's the answer to that. And then I did stream the NASCAR race once, and it ended up, I was able to stream it the whole time, but then afterwards it deleted it immediately. I actually still don't even understand how that happened, but I don't know. By it, I mean YouTube. But anyways, under commercial break for a big incident, Bowman and Byron, huge playoff implications. And here, wait, can we look at the live playoff standings? As they run, Byron is the deepest in the hole, and then Bowman. And both Bowman and Byron are 15 points below the cutoff line. As they run, Kozlowski is the last driver in with a 1-point advantage over Bell, and then McDowell is 6 points behind that, and Bowman is 8 points behind that, and Byron 10 points behind. But here's the replay. Bowman was to scrape, so Bowman scraped the wall when Reddick was going by him, and then a lap or two later, just that cut down that right front and he went hard into turn 3 wall. But here they come through the Geico restart zone. It's Kurt Busch and Elliott. Kurt Busch on the inside and the outside. Hamlin spinning the tires. Inside line with a good restart. Hamlin really spun the tires. He was the second car on the outside. Man, they are still spinning tires down to turn 1. Going to lose tons of spots for Elliott and Hamlin. They're going to lose maybe 2 or 3 spots each. Harvick getting around them. But Hamlin back to 6th after restarting 3rd. They're still side by side behind these guys.
Side by side with the 22 of Joey Logano right now. So NASCAR's let us know this is not the competition yellow. So in about 5 or 6 laps, we should see a yellow.
So lap 25, there will be a competition caution, even though there's just the caution for Bowman and Byron. So a couple guys did just pit, including Michael McDowell. So we'll see how he works his way up through the pack. Big strategy call by them because they didn't feel like they were going forward, and they are in 16th when they pitted, and he's already up to 16th. So we'll see how that works out for him. Could be a good strategy call. Here comes the 34, shoving the 37. But, yeah, I mean, here comes McDowell. He's already up 9 spots in 1 lap on those fresh. So fresh tires obviously going to play a big role. Interesting strategy call here early. Could be big, though, for this team, you know. If they can get Michael McDowell, I don't have him making it through to the second round. I don't think many people do. But he very well could if other people have misfortune, like Byron and Bowman. And right now, as the playoffs run, McDowell is still out of the playoffs. But, or no, as they run now, with him making up this track position, McDowell would be in the playoffs by 6 points. But as they run, Bowman and Byron are still both on the lead lap. So I don't know how much their speed's hindered yet. We'll probably see on the next long green flag run. But still on the lead lap, which is pretty big. Byron, though, 15 points below. Bowman, 12 points below. Keselowski, 10 down. Bell, 4 down. McDowell, 4 up. Almirola, 7 up. Now McDowell, 7 up. Almirola, 4 up. McDowell up to 9th. He's up. Definitely a good strategy call by them. 34 team. Not have track position, got tires, and they've already gotten 6 spots past where they were running. And they still have about another lap or 2 to go. So I don't think McDowell will get a top 10 in this race, but if they can get one here, a top 15 or something, this strategy call here may have been a big part of it. But Kurt Busch leads over Ryan Blaney as they're going to be coming to the competition caution here next time by. It's Kurt Busch leading Blaney, Harvick, Reddick, Hamlin, Elliott, Truex, McDowell, Larson, Almirola, your top 10. Harvick looking to the inside of Blaney for second off turn 4. They're side by side. Blaney leads at the stripe. Harvick's got the lead now heading into turn 1, and he's cleared Blaney. And there comes the competition caution. We'll see. Where did McDowell get up to before that caution came out? McDowell got all the way up to 8th. So that definitely going to help them out there.
57. This year he enters with 2 playoff points to start the playoffs. So, Rick, we're going to talk all night about tires. 500 miles, 12 sets of tires. It's just so mind-blowing to try to figure out, are there going to be yellows? Are there not?
Appreciate everybody who's watching. I'm looking at the chat now. There's a caution out. McDowell played strategy there, and now he's 13 points above the cutoff line. Good call, I think, by that 34 team. I don't know how many sets of tires they have. I know sets of tires is an issue in Cindy Series and truck race. I think it'll be okay for them, though.
You have to have tires if the yellow comes out. You cannot get behind them in the field. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you don't have.
Did you hear Priest is going to be a free agent? Yes. I think everybody kind of assumed that Priest was not going to have a ride next year, most likely, especially with the one charter. Well, they're only going to be a 1-car team. They actually only have 1 charter as they run JTG Doherty Racing. Hendrick Pit Crew's staying at the hotel where I work next weekend for the Richmond race. That's pretty cool, Mo Green. You're definitely going to have to try maybe get an autograph or get a picture or something if you can. LaJoy top 15. Is LaJoy in the top 15 right now? Because he got tires too. Oh, now they're. Here they come on the pit road. Yeah, LaJoy in 11th before that caution came out. LaJoy and McDowell were the first two guys on fresh tires. So yeah, they're both making their way up through the field. That shows you how much those fresh tires were helping. I mean, that 7 car is not near as competitive as those Gibbs cars. We know that. And the fresh tires made him just fly right by him. After only 15 laps of green flag. We'll see. Everybody going to get 4 Goodyear tires. Four tires. There we go. We'll see how this works out for him. Anybody going to have an issue? Blaney with that #1 pit stall. That's definitely going to come in helpful during this race. I guarantee you that under these cautions. Harvick beat Kurt Busch off pit road. Oh, both of them are going to beat Blaney off. Harvick up the spot. Kurt Busch down a spot. So Harvick gets the lead on pit road. Kurt Busch loses it. Blaney third. Hamlin and Truex both getting a spot. Reddick loses 2. They're working on Bowman's car and Byron's car on pit road, though, still. If those guys, Quinhouse got the free pass, by the way. So, you know, we all love Quinhouse. But, yeah, definitely, what was I going to say there? Definitely going to be important for, definitely going to be important for those the teams of Bowman and Byron to try and get those cars as competitive as possible. Try and repair as much of that damage as they can. I appreciate anybody watching. Hello, Auto Spin Cup Series. How you doing? Who do you think your pick is to win? How you guys doing? So under commercial break for the competition caution at lap 25, we'll get restarted here in a second.
Traditions were passed down on the tailgate, and the only thing more powerful than the feeling was the truck that took you to it during the random Labor Day sales event.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2021 Ram 1500 models.
In 2016, I was working at the Amazon warehouse.
It'll be interesting to see how Denny Hamlin does today with maybe some extra motivation.
After taking care of them, I knew that I really wanted to become a nurse. Amazon helped me with training and tuition. Today, I'm a medical assistant and I'm studying to become a registered nurse.
But if we're looking at some of the fastest lap times so far, looks like, oh, hold on. Chase Elliott had to make a second trip down pit road. So it looks like Chase Elliott had to come down pit road for a second time because he ran into the tire carrier for the 53 car, which is the pit stall in front of him. Early in the race, they were able to handle that, but that could have been a lot worse. The two people involved in the crash on lap 15 were Bowman and Byron. Here they come. Jones stayed out. Here they come. Jones on the inside. It was actually a pretty good restart. Harvick actually spun the tires on fresh tires. Oh, but now Bowman. Oh, gosh. Hamlin and Harvick split Jones. Harvick going to get the lead off turn number 2. Kurt Busch going to follow through, passing Hamlin as well. Harvick with the lead. Now Kurt Busch, Hamlin, all single file. And then there's 2 wide behind him. Jones on old tires trying to play some strategy. And he's going back like a rock.
Falling back quickly. Old tires don't work here in Darlington.
Here they come. Almirola and McDowell looking to get around Jones. Oh, no. The 34 in the wall hard. Oh, and he crashes hard. Oh, no. McDowell. That 30. That was all she wrote for that Furniture Row team. 34 with a huge crash. Similar to how Cole Custer and Eric Almirola both crashed earlier in the year. just taps the wall and then just comes down. Yep, it was that bump on. It's the transition, I believe, going off the new stretch of pavement. Well, look here again. Oh no, he just lost it. Just lost it. Trying to save it, and it's just too late at this point. He just hammers that inside wall. Oh man, I really just say furniture row. The 34 is killed though. So a lot of playoff troubles, a lot of playoff driver troubles early in this race. Only 30 laps in, and we've had 2 cautions for playoff driver incidents. The 34 loses it off turn 2, slight impact with the outside wall, but then spins it across and heavy impact with the inside wall. Pretty reminiscent of some Almirola's and Custer's crashes from earlier in the year. There goes the chances for McDowell. He's already 20 points below the cutoff line, which actually isn't. I mean, it's going to get lower, I assume. But if he comes out of this race only 20, 25 points below the cutoff line and has a decent performance at Richmond and other people have trouble, and he goes into Bristol only 10 points down, I would not count that team out. I mean, it would be unlikely, but I would not count them out. But already big issue. I mean, that's going to really lighten the load, though, for Byron and Bowman, who both have had issues already, and Elliott as well. And now you're wondering if Larson's going to have an issue, because already 3 of the 4 Hendrick cars have had problems early on. Yeah, as they run, McDowell already 22 points below the cutoff line. It's probably not going to get much worse than that, but wow. And because of his issues, now Byron only 12 points behind the cutoff line, and Bowman only 10 points back, and Bell 1 point back. Then Kozlowski is the first one in, and then Elliott is 2 points above that, but he just had to go to the rear, so he should move comfortably away from the cutoff line. Almirola, though, currently running top 10, so – or he was running top 10 before this caution, so could – I mean – hey, if they get a top 10 here and finish top 15 at one of the other races and other people have trouble, I mean, they could advance, honestly. I don't think they will, but yeah, thank goodness that pit crew member was okay on the 53 car. He didn't actually – Elliott, when he was coming out of his pit stall under the last caution, green flag pit under the last caution, under pit stops, he came out of his pit stall, and from my point of view, it looked like he just barely nicked the tire that the tire carrier was carrying. I didn't even think it would cause much damage, but then the car was smoking pretty bad going down the back straightaway, so it must have crushed in that panel a bit more than it looked. But LaJoie is the GOAT. Honestly, I don't know if you're wrong. I mean, I would have loved to see LaJoie win that last race at Daytona. I think Spire, if they allowed those cars to go a bit more nuts at the plate races like LaJoie was doing, I would have been surprised if they win a race at some point. They're buying a second charter, so. Egon Green again here in a second. Just looking to see if Eric Jones came down pit road there or not.
2 laps to go here at stage 1. When it concludes,
it looks like he did, yep.
Once again, the legends of NASCAR will have the broadcast called Earnhardt, Jarrett, and Petty, all part of stage 2 for this one.
I don't know if you guys care too much, but I may just keep it more so honed in on the cutoff line thing right here on the NASCAR website where I have my page split screen, because that kind of gives you a better notion of like what the playoff bubble is going on, especially because the ticker that's online seems to be a little bit ahead of my TV. So I don't really want to, kind of be spoiling what the running order is or if there's a caution all of a sudden. Yeah, LaJoie running top 10 right now.
So here's a discussion on the 20 radio for Christopher Bell.
34 had a problem already. The 48, 24, and 9 had some damage too. So keep it clean.
So yeah, but they were so basically we just listened to the radio of Christopher Bell, and they're just telling him, just stop being aggressive right now. Just keep it clean, because there's already 4 cars with issues: the 34, the 48, the 24, and the 9. Well, I don't think the 9 is that big an issue. That's 3 drivers who already are right now below the cutoff line with issues and probably won't come up over that cutoff line during this race. So he's one of the drivers who's on the playoff bubble coming into this race and could be in even don't want to put yourself in a hole. Might as well take what you can get right here. That 34 car wrecked big time.
So disheartening. You just gotta. I mean, it keep coming week in, week out.
So we'll see what happens with that furniture. I keep saying furniture row, front row team. I mean, it sounds so similar. Here they are coming to the green flag, I believe. What's time by maybe? But yeah, Byron and Bowman with both pretty significant damage. We really won't be able to see how much that's hindering them until long green flag run. But here they come off turn 4 into the Geico restart zone. Harvick on the inside, Hamlin on the outside, Kurt Busch pushing Harvick, Blaney pushing Hamlin. Bad restart again for that outside lane. Harvick with a huge jump. Kurt Busch going to try and follow through into turn 1. He will clear Hamlin for that second spot. He slides up in front of Hamlin, trying to block that run lap, and yep, he does that. But Harvick with a couple car length lead already. Hamlin looking to the inside of Kurt Busch down the back straightaway. Reddick looking to the inside of Larson. Hamlin still on the quarter panel of Kurt Busch as they spread out in turns 3 and 4. Kurt Busch going to get that big run, though, down the front straightaway and clear Hamlin. Now Blaney on the bumper of Hamlin and Truex, Larson all right behind him. But Harvick he's looking great right now. He's in like one of the few throwback cars this whole race. Harvick dub, I would not mind. Pretty unpredictable, but would not mind it. Larson make a move to the inside of Truex, entering turns 3 and 4. Reddick trying to follow through. Larson trying to slide in front of Truex to clear him off turn 4. Whoa, big sideways for Larson. He saves it. But now it's going to allow Truex to get a run to the inside. But now Larson has the preferred line through turns 1 and 2. Truex sliding up, trying to block Larson. Is he going to pull another one from Darlington last year where he blocked him and chased into the wall? Oh, yeah, Harvick won this race last year, so, I mean, hey, what if he wins this one this year? Wait, Harvick did win, right? It was Harvick and Dillon who are the top 2, right? Yep. Now Reddick getting around Truex. Truex going backwards here. Harvick, though, leads over Kurt Busch, Hamlin, Blaney, and Larson, your top 5. LaJoy running in P10 right now, not even really because of strategy, so let's go LaJoy. Now Kyle Busch going to the inside of Truex. I don't think he's going to be able to clear him, though, this time by. Almirola having a solid run in the top 10. Okay, right now, this is hilarious. I'm seeing LaJoy literally battling with Almirola and Kyle Busch at Darlington for position in the top 10. Not even because, not because of strategy. That's I love it. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Appreciate anybody watching. Drop a like, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. LaJoy looking the inside of Almirola. Almirola lowers down, block that run.
Yep, already in its early in the Cookout Southern 500, and already you see the 4 drivers that have had trouble tonight.
So yeah, already 4 playoff drivers with trouble. McDowell's crashed and he's out of this race. Bowman and Byron got together after Bowman blew a tire in turns 3 and 4. And then Elliott had contact in the pits. Elliott, not too much damage, but other guys, some severe damage. As they run, Keselowski has a 1-point lead over Bell, and then Byron's 5 points back, and Bowman 7 points back. Corey LaJoy running top 10. I just can't believe it. Austin Dillon running 11th. Playoff drivers running in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. And then the first non-playoff driver is LaJoy in 10th. Still, this is going to be a long one. 42 laps complete. Still 325 to go. LaJoy really is the GOAT. Like right now. And understands the plan. Buys into the plan. We're a new team, a young team. We're not going to take the fight hinders right now. We're going to have to learn to do it. Well, Harvick still leads over Kurt Busch. It seems if you can get the lead we haven't seen any really green flag passes for the lead yet. So Almirola running in 9th right now. Solid run for that team. He's sitting in the playoffs right now. And well, he's sitting above the cutoff.
Take a look at that. It's going to continue to climb. Eric Almirola, big cyclist. I rode with him. I don't keep up with him. The guy's impressive. 9.6 is like riding a bike for about an hour.
But here we have Harvick with an 8/10 lead over Kurt Busch. And then from Kurt Busch to Hamlin, it's another 1.5 seconds. So field spreading out a bit already. Going to be interesting to see on this first long run, potential long run, who really surges to the lead and who falls behind. We're going to also see green flag pit stops for sure if this thing runs green at the end of the stage. Larson looking the inside of Blaney off turn 4. He's going to fall in line. Larson definitely one of the favorites to win this race and to win the championship in general. Larson looking to the inside of Blaney through turns 1 and 2. I think Blaney is just going to give up that spot right there. Probably a good play early on. Just lets him go by and tucks back in the line. So far, solid runs by Harvick and Kurt Busch running 1-2, but then also Reddick in P6, Almirola in P9, LaJoie in P10. Other than Blaney, no other Penske cars in the top 10. Logano in P12, Keselowski in P15. Nothing to worry about just yet, I would say. But I mean, they've got plenty of playoff points. Elliott, after having to go to the rear, he's working his way back into the top 20. Currently P20, just past Daniel Suarez for that spot.
You really can't see the interesting corner that well. This is a corner there that maybe your car.
But Harvick leading over Kurt Busch. So far, oh, caution. Your weekly Rick Ware caution. The 51 and the 53 seem to have gotten together. So this is actually a pretty big thing here now. If you pit now, you may be able to make it to the end of the stage on fuel. It's going to be close, but you definitely could. Pretty big damage for that 53 car, though. I don't know who's driving it this week, but I don't know if he got help from the 51. He's definitely made contact with the outside wall in the rear end. Yeah, the 50. Oh, no. Oh, and the 51 was okay, but in Ware fashion, stays on the track, and the tire blows and destroys the right front fender. Oh my gosh. Rick Ware Racing is terrible. That 51 car, the 53 loses it on his own. I don't know if he had an issue or looks like he had an issue or maybe blew a tire or just something, but definitely lost it entering the turn, got into the wall. The 51 spun it, avoiding, and then but then going around the track, he must have had a flat tire, which just blew and just destroyed the right front fender of that 51 car. I mean, it literally just sliced right through that fender. Appreciate everybody watching, though. Yeah, that car has some serious damage now. Now they're literally flashing back to when the Rick Ware cars had their big shenanigan crash last week. What is what? Yeah, 53. There looks like they're going to just keep them going. They cleared out that right rear fender. Looks like it'll keep running. I think the 51 actually had more severe damage than may hinder that car more than the 53. And here they come on the pit road. The 4, the 1, the 11, the 5, the 12. Your leaders. The 5 with that first pit stall, he darts into the pit stop. So here it's going to be interesting to see how things go. That's for sure, because 67 to go in the stage. The fuel window is 65 laps. Should be able to save some gas and make it to the end. Probably going to get another caution anyways, but should make it to the end of the stage. Already used up 2 or 3 tire sets already on these cars. I mean, that's pretty nuts. I don't know how many they have, but they can't. I don't think they can keep using them up already. It's already our How many cautions have we already had today? I think we already had 4 cautions on this race. One was for the 48 blowing a tire. The next one was for the competition caution. Then the 34 crashing on the backstretch, and the 51 and 53 spin it in turns 1 and 2.
As well. Underway.
But other than the DNF cars, still everybody on the lead lap for this race because there's been so many just cautions and short runs. But playoff standings now would be McDowell, who would have a 26-point deficit, Bowman with a 15-point deficit, and then Byron and Bell both with a 5-point deficit to Kozlowski. But Larson obviously has a pretty big lead. Blaney has still 25, or Blaney still is 25 to the good. Kyle Busch 19 to the good. Truex also 19 to the good. Hamlin 18 to the good. Elliott 10 to the good. So pretty much from between Hamlin and Elliott, that's where the big gap is right now between people safe and non-safe. Because between the 6th place driver in the points, which is Elliott, and the 16th driver in the points, there's 25 points, basically. So that is definitely not safe.
Which gives you the perfect ratio of chicken sandwich.
But appreciate everybody watching. But still under commercial break. You had so many commercial breaks. There's been so many cautions. This race is going to have a long run time, I think. We're already been going. It's been 41 lengths to the green. 41 minutes since the green flag dropped, and we're only 51 laps completed of 367. So at that rate, we are what is that? 7 times 208. This is going to be like a 5-hour race at that rate. Once again, chat, who is your pick to win and who is your pick for the struggle?
We have cheeseburger, a rare choice for Jenny. All right, let's see what Jenny is going to order. Wow, tacos with the upset. No matter what you're craving, order from DoorDash and get it delivered right to your door.
Man.
DoorDash, get more to your door.
So I picked, for the first round to go out in one of my brackets, I picked McDowell, which I think everybody did. I picked Almirola, which I'm pretty sure everybody did. I picked Kozlowski, and I picked Bowman. Right now, Bowman, McDowell, and Kozlowski are all pretty reasonable pick, like looking pretty in bad spots. Almirola is the only one who isn't. But I would not be surprised if Almirola shines in this race, but then struggles in Richmond and Bristol like they have all year. I just don't think that team is going to be able to put consistent runs together. And if they make it, if Almirola makes it to the round 8, that would truly be shocking to me. Truly would be shocking because unless tons of playoff drivers are wrecking out all over, Bowman on pit road again. They're still trying to repair damage on that car. That thing pancaked the wall pretty tough in turns 3 and 4, and he also got some big left rear damage from him when he contacted Byron. But oh, it looks like they actually have fire on that car from something. I don't know, man. This race is just not going well for the 48 car. Right now, he's still on the lead lap. I'm pretty sure they've been managing that well, getting him on and off pit road without making him lose a lap. But I think as soon as we get some long green flag runs, that 48 car is going to collapse down. That thing has severe damage all over, except maybe the left front. The struggle's going to be Jones. Everyone's got some popcorn.
As they were putting out the fire, because they're trying to beat the pace car down pit road, they got it all put out, and now everybody's saying, hey, just making sure everybody's okay. And indeed, everybody is fine here in the 48 picture with the radio communication as well. But obviously, a tough start for Alex Bowman in the playoffs.
Tough start. Those quarter panels are so sensitive.
But really tough start though for this 48 car in the playoffs. I don't know. Can you guys hear the TV? I have it turned on low volume. I don't know if that's like annoying background noise or not. But
why is that left side so critical? How is it so sensitive?
Why is these teams get smarter and smarter? They're making more downforce with the quarter panels and the side force. And as they position the car, a lot I think has to do with the ride height
Well, as they run, McDowell, Bowman, Byron, and Bell are the 4 cars below the cutoff line. And then Kozlowski is the first one in. Here they are. The pace lights are out on the pace car. Hamlin on the inside, Blaney on the outside. Then Harvick will be pushing Hamlin. Kurt Busch pushing Blaney. Then Reddick pushing Harvick. Larson pushing Kurt Busch. The inside lane's been looking better, but I think that outside's got some strong cars out there. I mean, Harvick is definitely, or well, Harvick's on the, I don't know. Harvick and Hamlin are going to make this interesting. I mean, I don't know. I mean, everybody pitted. Oh, I just got it. Here they come. Through the guy co restart zone off turn 4. Hamlin on the inside, Blaney on the outside. Who's going to get that good restart? Inside's always looked good. Once again, Harvick with a great push to Hamlin, but outside lane doesn't look terrible here. Oh, never mind. They're stacking up big. Inside line is just looking dominant on these restarts. Maybe not a couple rows back, but at least for that lead, you cannot. The outside line is just weak. Kurt Busch, I mean, man, I'm getting names backwards. Harvick going backwards all of a sudden. Looks like Blaney's going to get a run off the outside, off turn 4. Whoa, gets Harvick a bit loose. Using aerodynamics there. Now Kurt Busch going to try and follow through on Harvick. He'll clear Harvick into turn 1. Now will Larson be able to clear Harvick too? Harvick tries to slide up and block him. He doesn't want to lose another spot, but he's gonna. Larson with a great run down the backstretch. He'll get around Harvick. Well, Reddick can now get around him. I mean, Harvick has just gone from 3rd to 5th and is about to maybe go to 6th after not having a great exit off turn 2 on that initial restart lap. And he also got loose off turn 4. Oh, but now he's pulling back on the inside of Larson down the front straightaway. But he's just, I don't think he's going to be able to have that run on the backstretch now. There goes Larson up to 4th. But Hamlin leads, then Blaney, Kurt Busch, Larson, Harvick, Reddick, Almirola, Trix, Dillon, and Kyle Busch are top 10. We really haven't been able to see what these cars really have in store because of so many cautions. Four now trying to go by the 5. The 5 is not looking too great on the short run, but I think as the run progresses, the 5 gets stronger. That's what I've noticed. On that last run, on the restarts, I mean, on the restarts, he's been okay. We haven't been able to tell too much yet, but on the long runs, we only had about 15 laps last time by, but that was when he started to get some passes and move up some positions. Harvick seems strong on the early run. That's what I've also noticed. He's got, whoa, Harvick may have gotten into the rear quarter panel of Larson there, trying to side draft a bit too aggressively there. We'll have to see if they did make contact. But Larson does clear Harvick now, finally. But now Harvick going to send it in turns 3 and 4 again. Larson is really working the high line like nobody else is right now. So all these guys are going to make it on field to the end of stage 1. So we're not going to see any more pit stops unless there's a caution. 2 DNFs on the day, the 34 Mike McDowell and the 53 of James Davidson. But if this thing does run green to the end of the stage, it'll be the longest green flag run so far of the night. 55 laps still to go in this run if we run to the end of stage. Hamlin leads over Blaney, Kurt Busch, Larson, and Harvick, your top 5. Kurt Busch seems to be faster than Blaney. He's going to send it down on the inside of turns 3 and 4. He's going to be able to get it to stick. No, but he's going to be side by side with Blaney off the turn. He's going to tuck in line. Larson looking really loose off these turns is what I've noticed. That rear end is just wanting to slide out from underneath him off a lot of these corner exits. I love, man, this Darlington track. I love it. This track, I mean, it is truly a racer's race track. Kurt Busch looking the inside of Blaney again. He's not going to be able to get him this time either. Bowman running in the 30th position. We'll check on them where Bowman and Byron are running. Currently, they both have some pretty big damage. Bowman P30, Byron P20, so things could definitely be worse. I think Byron has less damage than Bowman, that's for sure. Reddick running in P6. I thought this would be the strongest track for Reddick this round. I think if Reddick's going to advance, I think he's going to need to have a great round at Darlington. So how are you guys doing this evening? Still Hamlin leading with 63 laps completing this race. Then Blaney, Kurt Busch, Larson, Harvick. We look at who's running the best time so far tonight. Blaney with the fastest lap, it looks like. Blaney with the fastest lap of the race of anybody right now. But last time by, just about everybody in the top 4 ran about equal lap times. Harvick just a bit slower. Obviously, as you go through the field, lap time is going to be slower and slower with more dirty air and more traffic, most likely. But it is Reddick in P6 who's looking to stock down Harvick for 5th and get into that top 5. Officially, what is it? 60 to go in the stage, or no, 50 to go in the stage. Already 4 cautions and 5 lead changes among 6 leaders. Hamlin, Blaney, and Kurt have been up front, and Harvick have been the main guys up front. Almirola having a solid run, though, right now in P7. Truex looking to make a move on him, though, for that spot. I have a feeling Almirola may let this go just because Truex is quite a bit faster. And I think Truex, he wasn't looking too great so far today, but I think his car will come to him a bit more as the night goes on. LaJoy, though, probably having the drive of the day right now. He's in P12. And they've been in top 15 almost the whole race. Blaney may be closing the gap to Truex just a bit. Just a couple tenths quicker, it seems, each time by. But honestly, still pretty even lap times through most of the top 10. But Hamlin still leading. Blaney, Kurt Busch, Larson, Harvick, Reddick, Truex Jr., Almirola, Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch. As we look at that playoff leaderboard, playoff spots, right now it's Keselowski in by 2 over Byron. So as Byron gets some track position back after that incident he had with Bowman, he's working his way up through the field. Right now he is running in, where is Byron running? Byron running in 22nd. And Bowman in 29th. As these guys get a bit more track position back, I mean, their cars are pretty severely damaged, but probably still a bit stronger than, the Rick Ruhr cars and some of those other guys back in the pack. They'll close that gap to the playoff bubble. And so, yeah, right now, Bowman 8 points back from Keselowski, and Bell actually behind Byron right now. He's 5 points back, and Byron only 2 points back. But yeah, McDowell 25 back isn't like a must-win situation necessarily, but a deep hole for sure. Almirola is 3 to the good. Well, actually, no, Almirola is actually 5 to the good. Keselowski 2 to the good. And then he's tied with Reddick, who's also, and Harvick. All those guys are 5 to the good. I mean, Reddick, Harvick, Almirola all running top 10. And they're only 5 to the good. Whereas Byron, Bowman both running outside the top 20. only 5 points back from the cutoff line. So it really shows you how much those playoff points matter. Both Byron and Bowman with a lot of playoff points compared to most of the guys in the field. McDowell is overcomable. I think he could point his way in. 25 points is the gap, and it's not going to become much steeper than that. At most, I wouldn't see that gap going any more than 30. And if he gets a top 15 at Richmond, and Richmond causes some chaos between, I don't know, some of those other guys like Keselowski or Reddick, he's right back in it going into Bristol. As long as he gets, has a solid, somewhat performance at Richmond and Bristol, and there's some other chaos, all of a sudden he could point his way back in. Who do you think will struggle in this race tonight? I think my struggle for this race tonight, well, I was actually going to say Bowman before this race even started, and he struggled, but not necessarily because of that. I thought Keselowski would also struggle a bit, just because they haven't had a lot of momentum going in the past couple of weeks. Michigan and Daytona, he did not do great. Or well, at Michigan he was all right, but and then those are going to be my two big struggles. I actually had Harvick as my other struggle, but so far, a really solid performance from him. You don't like Richmond? I think Richmond could be. I think Richmond's okay. I think the races are sometimes great and sometimes not so great, but it could be worse. It's produced a lot of those. It's produced some pretty good racing occasionally. I think Bristol's definitely by far better. It'll be a much more entertaining race, but I actually won't be able to stream the Richmond race next week. For those of you who are wondering, I will be I will not be able. I just won't be able to. I should be able to stream the Bristol race, but not Richmond. Chastain going by Bell. Bell seems to be going backwards just a little bit as the run progresses. So. Tyler Reddick having some issues. So apparently Tyler Reddick's having a vibration from inside the car. Really don't know what to diagnose that as yet, but Truex now coming up on Reddick. Hope maybe going to pass him here soon. It looks like the whole field's closed in on Hamlin by about a tenth or so or two by when we were away. So Hamlin not really checking out on the field, looks like. So you could see somebody like Blaney, Kurt Busch, or Larson or Harvick catch up to him with the time. Truex moving up some spots, so as this run does progress, he'll be going around. He'll hopefully get around Reddick here soon, but the 51 car really getting in his way there off the turn. LaJoy, though, still running in P13. A solid run from that team. I mean, Ben P15 in the top 15 almost the whole race. Guys struggling, though, are, Bell and P17, but then guys with incidents, McDowell's already crashed out, and Bowman and Byron both with some pretty heavy damage, and they're outside the top 20. Guys with good runs, Reddick P6, Almirola P8, Kurt Busch P3. This will be a very long green flag run from here, from when that last caution was to the end of the stage. If they run it, it'll be basically maxing out the possibility for how long they can run. So could definitely see the possibility of somebody blowing a tire. A lot of intense battling going on here back in the pack. Just outside the top 15 between Bubba, Newman, Stenhouse. Bubba's just got that one DoorDash team that's predominantly white. I like the red one a lot better, but looks all right. And Chris Buescher running that Roush car that's all orange. That looks nice. But Hamlin still leads over Blaney, Kurt Busch, Larson, and Harvick. Your top five only separated by 3.5 seconds, so not too much attrition, it looks like, from anybody really falling back right here. Stenhouse Jr. and Dibby hitting pit road.
I think the plan was to split it up in the middle, and then he probably got caught in traffic. So he said, you know what?
So Stenhouse Jr. and Dibby hitting pit road. And so is Byron and Briscoe. Man, this is going to be interesting. So a lot of people are going to split the stage in half, but I think some people are definitely going to try and run it all the way out. Now Hamlin from the lead. I am surprised because these guys can run it to the end, but I guess they're going with this strategy. Larson, Truex, they're coming into pit road. It'll be very interesting to see if anybody tries to stay out all the way. They should be able to, though, on field, but I guess not everybody's trusting these tires yet. So far, Blaney, Kurt Busch, Harvick, and Reddick, and Almirola haven't pitted yet, but, I mean, everybody's pitting here. I mean, one lap can make such a huge difference. So Blaney, Kurt Busch now hit pit road. Blaney's staying out, though, still. Harvick's into pit road. Reddick's in. Almirola. Blaney, really the only playoff driver who has not pitted. I mean, everybody's pitting. This is probably going to lose Blaney a couple of spots because he stayed out now an extra 2 laps compared to everybody else. A couple of guys stayed out 1 extra. Blaney is the only one, I think, in the whole field who's still out there. Bowman's still out there, but yeah, in terms of competitive cars, there's nobody still out there other than Blaney. Blaney now hitting pit road. Now this is going to be interesting to see how these all cycle out. How much does 1 lap, 2 laps matter? It'll be interesting to see if Bowman tries to run this all the way out as a strategy. This actually may not be a bad strategy here by Bowman if he tries to run it all the way. I mean, I think he will pit, but with all the damage they have, could not be a terrible idea for that. Larson has passed Kurt Busch and Harvick with that strategy. And he's only 2 seconds back of Hamlin, 3 seconds back, it looks like. So that may have actually been a good move a good pit stop by Larson, partially, or maybe other things like that, getting out there a lap quicker. Blaney, we'll have to see how he emerges. He stayed out there 2 laps longer than everybody else. Oh, here comes Bowman to pit road, so he's not going to try that strategy. It doesn't look like anybody is. So, yeah, Larson got past Blaney. Will Kurt Busch get past Blaney? So Larson's going to pick up 2 spots under green flag pit stops, and Blaney's going to lose 2. Or it looks like he's going to be right about where he's going to lose 2 spots. Or him and Kurt Busch are battling side by side right here, going into turn number 1. And Blaney's going to clear him. So Kurt Busch and Blaney are each going to lose 1 spot, it looks like. And now Truex is only maybe about a second behind these guys. So Truex definitely in the picture. This did get spread out the field quite a bit, though. Now Hamlin has a 3-second lead to Larson, whereas previously he only had a 1-second lead to Blaney.
He continues to fall back quickly. Definitely not nearly as quick as everyone with the fresh tires.
So yeah, fresh tires is the strategy. The fact that the first 3 rounds are at night, definitely, I like night racing. It looks better. It's better. I want to go to a night race in person. I haven't gone to one yet, but I'm sure those cars are great.
The Xfinity Series. We had him on NASCAR Motormouth a couple weeks ago. Conversation. Enjoy talking to me.
Almirola going around McLeod for 8th. But appreciate everybody tuning in. Drop a like and subscribe if you haven't already for more commentary to these races. May do an F1 race sometime before this year's over, or an IndyCar race. But yeah, Hamlin leading over Larson. He's actually grown that lead 3/10. But Hamlin growing that lead over Larson. Could this be Hamlin's breakthrough night for the year? Could he get his first win? I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins this stage, but he needs those playoff points because he doesn't have any wins. And, you know, he's driving tonight. He could, if you know what I mean. But it's Hamlin, Larson, Blaney, Kurt Busch, Truex, your top 5. Then Harvick, Reddick, Almirola, Logano, Elliott, your top 10. So an all playoff driver top 10 as they run. But here you have it. Larson almost 4 seconds back from Hamlin now, so he is losing a lot of time. I don't know if they made a bad adjustment or if Hamlin's just driving the wheels off that thing right now. You wonder if maybe he's driving it a bit hard and maybe going to burn up some of that rubber here a bit early. We'll see. It's only a 30-lap run on these tires about, so probably won't matter too much, but we'll see. Now under a longer green flag run. Bowman going a lap down because, you know, that with all that damage, I mean, I knew they would not have speed. He's in 31st. Looking for, where's Byron at? Byron in P19. We'll have to see if any other guys, if they're able to lap somebody like Byron before the stage is over, because he is 22 seconds back from the leader, and it's a little bit over 30 seconds a lap. So let's see if we can get there. I don't think he'll get there at this stage, but possibly in the next one. Appreciate everybody watching, though. Under commercial once again tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But as we look at, some people are running the fastest laps. Last time by, Hamlin a 10th quicker than Larson. Kurt Busch, 3/10 of a lap, 3/10 of a second quicker than Hamlin, and he was 4/10 quicker than Larson. Harvick also looking pretty quick, and Truex as well, but let's see how that progresses to the next lap. Kurt Busch is up to third. He's gotten by Blaney. I said Kurt Busch was an underdog going into this race. I think this is one of his stronger tracks in these playoffs. I think a lot of these playoff tracks do kind of favor Kurt Busch. I think Bristol's a pretty good track for Kurt Busch. I mean, we know he's won there quite a few times. Vegas obviously won there last year, right? And I'm trying to think. I mean, he's been okay at the Roval in the past. I mean, we've only raced there a couple of times. It's hard to really, truly decide off that sample size, but please, Briscoe, don't lap yourself. Where is Briscoe running right now? He is getting, I mean, I have a feeling Briscoe will lose a lap here if things go green to the end, but he's currently running in P26. But look at that, LaJoie, top 15 still. I mean, he is, and I am truly surprised. I mean, really, if he finishes in the top 15, definitely going to get, big props for me, and I think a lot of people in the NASCAR community. I mean, I'm just surprised. I mean, I would be surprised if they were running top 20 or top 25, and he's up there in 14th. Right here they come coming up on that 100 lap marker. But yeah, right now that sun's setting it, and it is providing a massive glare for some of these guys going down the back straightaway, making it pretty difficult to see, I have a feeling. Blaney working his way around a lap car. Here comes Harvick behind him. I think Harvick's looking to get around Blaney because he needs those points more than Blaney does. So he has the fewest playoff points of anybody coming into this race. Only 2 compared to Blaney's 30. But then if you go through the top 10, it's Hamlin, Larson, Kurt Busch, Blaney, Harvick, Truex, Reddick, Almirola, Logano, and Elliott, your top 10. Hamlin growing that lead over Larson, and Kurt Busch catching up to Larson. He will probably get around him before the stage is over if he keeps running as he is. But Hamlin going to have to start working his way through some pretty, maybe not as friendly lap traffic here soon, as he'll catch guys like Briscoe, Jones, Suarez, and then Newman, and then, other guys who are, fighting to stay on the lap in this race, not Rick Ware cars. Byron running P18, though, he should be able to avoid going a lap down before this race is over. Before this stage is over, I would think at least. Going to be interesting to see who else has any issues in this race. Stage 1 has been filled with some drama. McDowell is already out. Bowman and Byron with heavy damage. Elliott had to go to the rear for some slight damage. He's worked his way back up, though. But I have a feeling Byron is going to have a long one tonight, and Bowman especially as well. Bowman's got to be praying that more people crash out, especially playoff drivers, because he's looking to only get about 7 or 8 points as they run. Luckily, he's already got 2 people out of this race, and there are only 37 cars on the entry list, so every point matters. If we had a full field of 40 cars, he'd be looking at a different equation. He'd be running with maybe in about the 35th spot, where he'd only be getting 2 points rather than 8 in the 29th spot. As they run, though, Bowman 10 back from the cutoff line, Bell 6 back, Keselowski 4 back, and Byron is 4 up. So if Almirola goes below the playoff line, right now my playoff predictions will all be correct. And if Bell comes up. But Bell is scaring me right now. I thought he'd have some good momentum going into this round. I thought he'd be able to get through. But right now he's not running good at all right now. He's running outside the top 15. Yeah, or he's running in 15th at the moment. Keselowski running in 16th. Byron could even pass these guys with the ton of damage he has. Coming up on 10 to go soon in stage 1. Man, I think Hamlin either used up those tires early in the run, which I thought he might have. I said that. Or he's getting into some heavy lap traffic because he had almost a 5-second lead not too long ago, and it's down to almost 3 seconds. Larson's car may just be coming to him as well. I'm not sure, but right now, every lap, that lead that Hamlin has goes down at maybe a 10th or 2. Last time by, Larson almost a half a second quicker. That's some big margins right there. And I'm sorry, Green Lightning. Briscoe has gone a lap down, and also has Jones and Dibby in front of him, so he's got some work to get into that free pass spot. Suarez also about to go a lap down. Kyle Busch looking to maybe catch Elliott for that last playoff, for that last point. Get that 10th position and get one more point. Help his point situation. Both Elliott and Kyle Busch, got over 10 points to the bubble, so in pretty comfortable situations. Almirola, though, having probably is one of his best runs of the year right now. Don't want to jinx him, but right now running P8, poised to get some stage points. Also, what if I told you that if Corey LaJoie had more points, more stage points than Ryan Newman, Cole Custer, and I think like Chase Briscoe, or not Chase Briscoe, Ryan Newman, Cole Custer, and I think like Anthony Alfredo and like somebody else combined, because he does. I don't know. It's just some funny stat. Among all drivers, Corey LaJoie is like 25th most stage points, and like a bunch of guys who are ahead of him in the points don't hardly have any stage points. They just get consistent finishes. Well, LaJoy, with some solid runs at the plate tracks, has gotten some sneaky stage points. Chastain has gotten around Elliott, and so he's going to get that playoff point. He's the highest running non-playoff driver. Yeah, Elliott going backwards right now in the long run. Kyle Busch may get him for 11th. Won't matter, though, for points, but it's just something to keep in mind. 7 to go in the stage, and I think Hamlin must have gotten around the lap traffic that was slowing him down or whatever it was, because he's grown that lead from 3 back up to over 3.5 over Larson. Coming to 5 to go in the stage next time by. Chastain now looking to get around Logano. His car is really working for him. Maybe they have one of those old Larson setups on there or something like that. I mean, hey, if he gets around Logano, that's another point Logano doesn't have. Harvick now catching Blaney for that 4th spot. I said this earlier. Harvick needs those points more than Blaney does. I thought he might catch him. Here he is, 5 to go on the stage. Harvick to the inside of Blaney. Going into turn 1. He may not clear him here, but Harvick's going to clear him, I think, before the stage is over. He's got the stronger car right now. Blaney got the big run off the top side down the back straightaway. He cleared Harvick by a decent margin there, but Harvick reels him in turns 3 and 4. Oh, but Blaney gets a better drive off. 4 to go on the stage. Larson's knocked down that lead to only 2 seconds now behind Hamlin. 4 to go on the stage. Maybe if Hamlin gets some more lap traffic, we'll have to see if Larson can catch him before the stage is over. Going to be maybe not enough time. But yeah, Blaney's average finish at Darlington is 19th. And right now he's running top 5 and has him the whole race. So that's quite commendable right now. Larson's cut that lead to under 2 seconds. I don't know if Hamlin's been on lap traffic or what, but definitely I mean, now Blaney's starting to pull on Harvick again. So maybe Harvick pushed too early and used up all he had left. But Chastain's gotten around Logano for 9th. So that's taken away a point from Logano, essentially. But Logano has a lot of playoff points, so nothing too big to worry about. 2 to go in the stage. Hamlin has a 2-second lead over Larson, so he should have that stage win locked up. Unless he does what he did yesterday in the Xfinity Series race where he spun while leading in the last lap of the stage. And they'll be coming to 1 to go on the stage here in a second. Harvick still sending in on Blaney, but I don't think he's going to have the car to do it. They're coming up on some lap traffic, so he may have a chance, but Denny Hamlin going to get a big stage win here. Coming through turns 3 and 4. Hamlin off turn 4. A 3-second lead to Larson. And Hamlin's going to get that first stage win. That first stage win of the race. And then it'll be Larson in 2nd. And Kurt Busch 3rd. And Blaney will hold off Kevin Harvick off turn 4 and get 4th. Harvick 5th. Big points for Kurt Busch and Harvick. Truex 6th. Reddick 7th. Big points for Reddick. Almirola 8th. Chastain and then Logano. But here we are. Let's look at the playoff bubble now. After that, now McDowell 27 points back from the cutoff, and then it's Bowman who's 10 points back, Bell who's 6 points back, and Brad Keselowski who's 5 points back. Keselowski 5 points back from Byron, and then Byron has 5 points to the good, and Almirola has 9 points to the good. Under commercial break, though, now once again. Whew. But yeah, in terms of the bubble being pretty close, as you look to the bubble, 5 to the good is Byron. And then 9 to the good is Almirola. And also 9 to the good is Reddick. 12 to the good is Harvick. 13 to the good is Logano. And then 14 to the good is, or not 13 to the good. And then 19 to the good is Kyle Busch. So from Logano on back is where it's kind of still close, where it's under 15 points to the cutoff line. So that's where you still just got to be concerned a little bit. You got to get those stage points that are key. You don't want to screw it up, though, or you crash. But from this race, Larson has grown that points lead up over the cutoff line from 50 to 60. Larson's probably going to lock himself in on points in the Richmond race. I mean, he's already almost going to be virtually. I mean, he's basically a lock on points through the first 2 rounds. I would definitely say that. And if he gets another win or 2, he'd definitely be locked in going into that 3rd round almost, basically. Hamlin with a 30-point lead. Blaney with about a 30-point lead. Truex 25. Kurt Busch with a solid run in the stage is, currently 25 points to the good. So I said Kurt Busch could have a good run tonight. But yeah, guys not having good runs. Bowman a lap down after contact. He's in 29th. And McDowell obviously out of this race after an early crash. And then you have Byron, who has damage, but he's running in P18, still on the lead lap. Staying on the lead lap is big in a race like this. LaJoie, P14, definitely the drive of the day. But here they are. We're going to be going. See how pit stops go. We'll see if anybody makes any mistakes here. 5 cautions in the, well, 4 cautions, 5 cautions, including the first stage. 3 for incident. But apparently it's really hot at that track, and yeah, I mean that's going to be a hot one, man. They'll probably cool off a bit as the night goes on, but here they are coming down to pit road. We'll see who are big winners and big losers on pit road. Everybody coming in, obviously. Larson in that first pit stall. Making a couple adjustments I see on the back. Larson with a 12.5-second pit stop, solid pit stop. Kurt Busch with 8 stage points, that's big for him, and now he's also in his pit stall. Blaney with that first pit stall, I'll have to see if that helps him at all. 25 cars on lead lap, so pit road's still a pretty busy place. Pretty traffic jammed. Hamlin's going to clear Larson. So Hamlin, Larson, Kurt Busch all stay the same. Harvick gets by Blaney. And so no changes in the top 7 per position. Chastain getting around Almirola, and Elliott will gain 2 and crack the top 10. But, hey, there you see. Chastain right now, he's probably the only really big spoiler right now among these playoff drivers. He knocked Chase Elliott and Logano down and knocked Elliott out of the top 10 in that stage, so Elliott didn't get any stage points. And currently passed Almirola under the pit stop cycle, and so he'll get up to 8th. So Chastain a top 5 in the cards, possibly. We'll see. But right now, Hamlin's been the strongest car, probably. But, I mean, really even. And I'd say that top 6, Hamlin, Larson, Kurt Busch, Blaney, Harvick, Truex, I think it's just who's ever in the lead is going to have the best car. I think fresh air is going to be pretty big and all that. But, yeah, we've had 6 leaders. The 15 car. I don't know who's driving that one today. We'll have to see. Joey Gase, I think, is driving that car. Joey Gase has led a lap in this race. He's one of this race leaders. I just noticed that stat. That's kind of funny. But it's Blaney who's led lap. Blaney, Kurt. And then it looks like the 43 car of Eric Jones led a couple laps because he stayed out there. Then Harvick, Hamlin, and Blaney and Hamlin. We'll have to see who gets the good restart here. Are we going to get more cautions in stage 2 than stage 3. Guys, how many cautions do you think we will have in that race? That's the new question for the chat. Question for chat. Chat. 10 cautions or more? More 10 cautions, more or less? We're going to have 10 cautions, more or less. That is the question for chat. Also, put in the chat, who is your pick to win? Who do you think is going to get it done? And who's going to, blow it? Also, the free pass on that last pit stop was, just checking really quick. I think it was maybe Suarez. I'm not quite sure. I think it was Suarez. It may have been somebody else. But we'll be going green here in a second. Going to see inside line has been launching great. Going to see if Larson decides to choose that outside lane as he's the second car. Will he just push Hamlin? And if he does, I think, we'll see if Kurt Busch in the third place goes to the outside. I don't know. Kurt Busch has chosen the inside most of the race so far. I think Blaney would go to the outside. He's done that multiple times, but outside's just been hard. I think the first and second in that outside line have dropped spots. Anywhere beyond that, they've been able to hold their ground okay, but it's especially when you're one of the first cars in that outside lane, you just can't get a good restart. But guys, more or less than 10 cautions. That is the question. We already have 5. We're going to be guaranteed 6. I don't know. I mean, this race could go into overtime probably. No, it's going to be a long one, that's for sure already. We've been running for an hour and a half, and we've only gotten stage 1 underway. I love the Southern 500. It's an iconic race. It's a long race. There's a lot that goes on, a lot of attrition. The Darlington stripe. Haven't seen many Darlington stripes today other than McDowell and Bowman, and both of them have bit the dust pretty hard as a result. But if we look at the playoffs, McDowell obviously in big hole after crashing, Bowman below the playoffs after having his incident, Byron as well, Kozlowski. As they run, if I could have Eric Almirola and Byron swap places in the running order of the playoff bubble, I would have my bracket perfect for the first round. So it looks like Larson took the outside. He's got Blaney pushing him. I don't think that's the right call, but I don't know. It's a strategy. Going to be interesting. Maybe it'll get better as the night goes on, and maybe more rubber gets on the track. I have no idea, but that inside line just seems to get a good restart every time. Here they come. Oh, now they're going down the backstretch. The lights are out on the pace car. It's Larson on the outside, Hamlin on the inside. He's got Kurt Busch pushing Hamlin, Blaney pushing Larson. But run of the day right now definitely goes to Corey LaJoie. Been top 15 the whole race, been top 10 for some of it. Darlington's one of the tracks that apparently brings out the best racers, so solid run for them, that's for sure. Here they come, though. Off turn 4. Inside lines, we got in the launch every time. Blaney's backing off Larson's bumper right now. That's not great, but here they come. Hamlin waits really long to get that jump. And now Larson with a good jump, but he's got no help from Blaney. Oh, man, Blaney's not on the bumper of Larson. That's going to allow Hamlin to get a good shove from Busch. But Larson going to get a great run on the outside line. He's going to slingshot past Hamlin to the lead off turn 4. What a run on that outside he had. Now Blaney's looking around Hamlin. Man, I don't know. What a run off that high side Larson had. I'm a Larson fan, by the way, so that's why I was kind of like, I may be a bit over-exaggerated towards Larson things, but Larson, Hamlin, Kurt Busch, Truex are top 5, then Reddick, Harvick, Chastain, Elliott, Logano, your top 10. Kurt Busch looking the inside of Blaney. Reddick looking the inside of Truex. Reddick tucks back in line. Kurt Busch trying to slide up in front of Blaney off turn 4. He's going to slide up, but Blaney going to look to cross over. No, he's going to tuck back in line. They're single file through the top 10, and they're side by side behind that. Kevin Harvick now looking the inside of Reddick through turns 1 and 2. He's going to tuck back in line. Reddick got checked up a bit by Truex there. Oh, caution! Kyle Busch in the wall. Kyle Busch in the wall hard. He was racing Almirola side by side. Oh, man, that thing is killed. The rear deck lid knocked off. That thing is pancaked. Oh, he got... Oh, Kyle Busch cut down on the nose of Austin Dillon and gets into the wall hard. I'm pretty sure that was Kyle Busch's fault. We'll have to see another replay, but it looks like Kyle Busch turned down over the nose of the 3 through turns 1 and 2. Oh my gosh, Kyle Busch. He just drove it. He drove it to right back to the garage. Kyle Busch is his dog. Man, that's Kyle Busch moment right here, guys. So Kyle Busch gets wrecked, slams into the wall. He's frustrated because he turned over the nose of Dillon, in my opinion. Maybe he sees it differently. We'll see another replay. But he pancakes that car. Probably could have repaired it, but he drives it down pit road, turns immediately behind the wall, takes out a bunch of cones, and almost like hits somebody carrying tires, drives it straight through garage, and then just drives it and parks it right in front of his hauler. And he's walking out of the car and has walked into the hauler already. He's just out of here. But, man, what a race. Kyle Busch, he's the 5th playoff driver with issues, severe damage for that car. I mean, the rear deck, I mean, they probably could have repaired that, but Kyle Busch did have some playoff points, but we'll see how quickly he drops. Right now, Kyle Busch is going deep below that cutoff line. He's going down. He's going to be big. He's going to be probably 10 points in the hole.
Just keep on coming here at Darlington.
But another playoff driver with issues. Oh, man. I mean, this race is, this has been, what a race. Shield X, what happened? So, that's every guy. That was funny. Looks like he got loose. Well, it looks like he got loose in the turn maybe a bit, but he turns down, and Dillon is there, and he just clips the nose of Dillon, and then he kind of tries to correct it, and he just gets sent into the wall off turn 2, and he tears up the rear end of that thing, smashes it in a lot. Probably could have been repairable, but he just drove it down pit road, turned it right into the garage, like didn't even go to his pit stall, turned it right into the garage, plows right through like a pile of cones. It almost hits like somebody carrying some tires in the process. Drives it right through where the garages would be on regular weekend without COVID, and just pulls it literally right up to his hauler, parks it, climbs out, and just climbs into just goes into his hauler. I mean, what? Oh man, Kyle Busch ain't care. Man, what this is just hilarious. Yes, I was right. Daniel Suarez got the free pass on the stage 1 conclusion, and now Briscoe got the free pass here. I mean, this has got 24 cars on the lead lap. So still, I mean, if we have some more, I don't know who's going to pit here. I don't think not many people did, but I mean, right now, pit road's still a very busy place under these caution flag pit stops. But yeah, right now, Kyle Busch has dropped to below the cutoff line, and he's still going to drop some more. He's going to drop to 35th, so 2 more points, so he will lose. So he'll be 8 points back from the cutoff line. Oh, man, I don't know who's – I mean, he could have some issues, but who can imagine Kyle Busch going out in the first round? I don't think it happened, but, oh, boy, that would be crazy. But, I mean, a lot of competitive cars out of this race. McDowell, Kyle Busch – I mean, McDowell, Kyle Busch, Bowman. Bowman's still out there running laps, but 3 competitive cars, you know, aren't going to be up there in that front pack battling. So that's allowing some maybe other guys to, you know, have a bit of better runs. Ryan Newman in P14, LaJoy in P12, Stenhouse in P15, Chastain in P8. Kyle Busch ain't care. What happened to the Hendrick cars? You just turned it on, Dad Samurai Guy. So lap 16, Bowman clips the wall. A lap later, blows a tire, gets into the wall hard. Byron behind him nearly cleans him out, still made contact, and heavy damage for the 48, pretty heavy damage for the 24. 24 still in the lead lap, 48 a lap down. Both of them, you know, pretty much out of contention for like a top 10. And then after that, Elliott made contact under the caution on pit stops. He made contact with a pit crew guy, and they had to come back down and maybe repair that car a bit. But
so you're supposed to slow down. There's a lot of activity. You can see guys, people walking there, people working there. Good. Looks like he's
But man, Kyle Busch, they're just showing the replay. They didn't drive him back there. So here they are on this restart. Pace cars pulled off. It's Kyle Larson on the inside, Kurt Busch on the outside, Hamlin pushing Larson, Blaney pushing Kurt Busch. Here they are. And wow, Larson with a good restart. Blaney has just been not good on these restarts. He's killing whoever he's pushing. He's just not near their bumper. Hamlin shoved Larson in there. Larson and Kurt and Hamlin all single file in that top 3. Blaney side by side with Reddick for 4th. Reddick trying to side draft him a bit, sending down into turn 3. We're going to see who gets the better runoff. Larson, though, still leading. Oh, they're 3 wide. Reddick really loose on the inside. But Truex goes to the outside and gets a 2-for-1 around Blaney and Reddick. Reddick with a huge slide. He's dropping back. Reddick's going to lose 5 spots. Chastain, Logano, Harvick all going by. But here he comes, sending it back right back in on turn 1, going around Harvick, getting a run down the back straightaway. That's what you got to do. You just got to get right back in it. A huge slide, though, by Reddick. Just probably got a bit too far down on that apron. But, man. Yeah, if Reddick would have wrecked that, that could have taken out 3 or 4 playoff guys. Good run there. Elliott getting around Harvick for that 9th spot. And are we getting another crash? We said over, I put in the chat, over under 10 cautions. That's my question for you guys. It's looking like over right now. It's going to be at least 7. And that was when it was going to be at least like 5. But Almirola back in P12 with Joy in P13. I mean, he's still doing good. Byron up to P14 with that damaged car. He's still running well. Bell in P16. That 20 car is just not looking good right now. He's not been in the top 15 hardly at all this race. I mean, he's staying in the top 20, but he's been running probably at like 17th position average this race. But Larson checking out over Kurt Busch, and then a big gap to Hamlin, Blaney, Truex, Chastain up in 6th, though. How about that? That 42 car. Looking like when Larson would drive it here in that mellow yellow machine. Chastain looking to make a move on Truex here. He's looking really strong all of a sudden. He's on that bumper. Truex, he's poking into the inside, down the back straightaway. Is he going to get him in turns 3 and 4? Truex has been strong on that outside of turns 3 and 4, but Chastain going to try and slide up maybe? Yes, he does. Chastain breaks into the top 5, and Truex is not going to be able to have a big enough run to cross him over. But yeah, Chastain going in the right direction. That's for sure. What'd you say? Only 136? Yeah, definitely over. Still 200 laps to go in this race. This thing is going on and on. Reddick and Elliott battling pretty hard for that eighth spot. Reddick now poking that, or Elliott poking the bumper of Reddick. He's wanting to get around him in a hurry. But with these guys wrecking out, it's allowing Bowman to stay in the hunt for some more points here. He's running up in 25th where he was running in 30th a little bit later, longer. Now he's running in 27th now. But Kurt Busch having a really strong car today. He's in second. He's been in top 5 almost the whole race, maybe top 3 most of the race. He led a bit earlier. Appreciate everybody watching. Kurt Busch, though, closing that gap to Larson just a bit. Kurt Busch win, would not mind that, Reddick now pulling away from Elliott a bit. After we've gone now about 5 or 8 laps since that restart, field's starting to string out just a bit more. Just these long runs, man. This is where they get to you. This is where you just got to manage the car and just keep progressing forward. Christopher Bell heading in the right direction. He's up to 14th. I need him to advance for my playoffs, man. I need him for my bracket. My bracket's going to be messed up. I think I had Kyle Busch finishing like 3rd in this first round. That's not going to be the case. That's for sure. Now here comes Bell looking to get around Almirola. Almirola got some stage points in stage 1, but heading in the wrong direction now. But yeah, now Byron up to 12th. I mean, he was looking to crack the top 10. But Larson now growing that lead over, 2nd over Kurt Busch. And then it's 2.5 seconds from Busch to Hamlin. The guys heading in the wrong direction, maybe guys like Almirola. But guys heading in the right direction are would be would be Bell and Byron. But compared to how they finished in stage 1, guys who have made some progress would be like Logano. The guys who have not who've gone the wrong direction would be Harvick and Almirola. Yeah, they're interviewing Kyle Busch. He's like got his like face. Kyle Busch is pissed off. He's talking about when you run like a turd, except you didn't say like a turd. And now, I mean, hey, he's only 7 points below the cutoff. That'll probably get to be a bit less, but
very frustrated, saying not Austin Dillon's fault. It was the fault of the race team. Car was not good enough tonight. I apologize for the language. I apologize to you, Marty. There are 2 awesome Martys there. It's okay.
But Kyle Busch just.
You see the content? And I was really surprised that Kyle said that was no fault of the 3 cars. Yeah, and I felt that a little bit more. I interrupt you, but you can see Kyle Busch was having to turn his car down. Obviously, his car wasn't 41.
But yeah, Hamlin, Blaney, and Chastain are battling for that 3rd through 5th spot. Blaney, Chastain closing in on Hamlin. Chastain's car is looking strong. That's all I gotta say. I would not be surprised if he gets by both these guys and sneaks up into 3rd. I'm not sure who's in 17th in the points. It looks like, oh yeah, Dylan has that point. That spot. Oh, and he has it by quite a margin over Dibby. I forgot about that. But yeah, as the look at the leaderboard, Larson running just about the same lap times as Kurt Busch. Oh, last time by Hamlin, Chastain, and Blaney were all quicker. But yeah, as we look at the live standings once again, Bell and Almirola currently tied for that last spot. Bell holds the tiebreaker. And then Bowman, Kyle Busch, and McDowell, all with issues, are the guys who are below that cutoff line. Now, guys with good runs so far today, like maybe Reddick, even though he's having a pretty solid run, he's only 6 points above that playoff line because they have hardly any playoff points in general. Same goes to say with Almirola, who's having one of his better runs of the year, and he's in P13. But then again, a good run for Almirola, it's like a top 15 or top 20.
Okay, chill. Mine's faster than our game. Okay, that's fast.
But what place is the 9 car in? He is, well, I just kind of scrolled through. The 9 car is in P9. Yeah, if you have any questions where anybody is. Yeah, Kyle Busch cussing in the interview. I mean,
I pretend all day. Son, I'm quite slushy. I could totally see myself drinking this on a boat. Oh, yeah.
A lot of people think dealing with COPD is a walk in the park.
I wonder if Blaney maybe had a bit of a lost traction in one of the turns or something while we were away, because he just dropped from 4th to 6th and lost about maybe 2 seconds of time to the leader. So we'll have to see. Last time by Larson, 4/10 leader, 4/10 of a second quicker than Kurt, 2/10 of a second quicker than Hamlin, even with Chastain, and quicker than just about everybody else in the field. But that shows you that Larson, Chastain, and Bell back here are also running the fastest laps. I think Bell the fastest lap last time by. Bell, they definitely made an adjustment last time in their pit stop because they were running about P17 and now they're in P11 looking to crack into the top 10. You know, that's support for that team because they were 6 points below the cutoff line where they're running even without any issue or damage because just of the how many playoff points they have and all that. But now they've gone back above the playoff cutoff. Here we are back to the broadcast. Freedom Motorsports, a high humidity watch is in effect for the Darlington area until 12 a.m. Yeah, so you tell me that these fans are dying of dehydration probably? I do love that the fire suit that 9 car has. That thing looks nice.
Call in if you're mad at Cal Petty. Call in on Wednesday. Serious Radio. That's it, baby.
But 37 laps complete in stage 2, so I'm going to be expecting pit stops and maybe 10 more laps or so. We'll have to see. They're probably going to try and split the stage in half. I wonder if anybody will try and split it into thirds. That may be a bit too ambitious. Larson growing that lead to over 3 seconds, though. Him and Chastain, the fastest cars on the track. Kurt Busch in second, though. Hamlin in third. Only a small lead over Hamlin. Apparently, Almirola making a pretty big, when on their last pit stop, they had a pretty severe bad adjustment, and that's what's causing him to drop back, because they were in 8th, I believe, in that first stage, and he's dropped back to 15th. We'll have to see how pit stops work. Who's that first guy to come down? You know, who tries to go with the strategy? Now Chastain looking to make a move on Hamlin. He's on the inside of him in turns 1 and 2. Hamlin going to get the run. I was telling you, Chastain, when he moved up into 10th, I said he could be playing spoiler to some of these guys, taking some stage points from him. There he is looking to battle Hamlin for third.
I think the reason Ross is running so well is his confidence and love for this place. Remember, he's had some great runs in
This is a pretty solid track for Chastain. Wasn't he the one battling Hamlin like a year ago at Darlington? And they had that crazy finish where they got together and allowed Brandon Jones to get by him.
Ross Chastain is 42, having a great run tonight. Yeah, that's a great point. We've all have every driver has racetracks that they really enjoy.
But Chastain, I mean, it looks like he maybe used up a bit of his stuff a little bit ago, and now he's gonna have to regroup and make another charge at Hamlin. He's lost like a couple car lengths, but still solid run up and fourth. Been top 5 most of the run. Now we're at just over, what is that, 60 to go, 75 to go in the stage. So they still got to go about 10, 15 laps before they can make it on fuel. But yeah, if they are going to split the stage in half, they'll probably run 25 more laps or so. Byron's hit pit road. So it looks like some people may try to, I don't know if they're going to split this in third or in half. Because if they pit here, there's no way they can make it to the end. And Byron's just hit pit road. So I don't know if that was an issue or if they're going to pit now and try and split it into thirds. Oh, here comes Chas. Elliott misses pit road. Elliott missed pit road. That's going to be a huge time penalty. That's going to cost him like 5 or 6 seconds there, probably 2 or 3 spots at least. He's already from 9th to 11th. I mean, we'll probably see the more extreme of that consequence next time down pit road. I mean, after these pit stops cycle through. That's what I mean. Well, Harvick's now hit pit road. Oh, Larson and Kurt Busch still sit out. Hamlin, Chastain, everybody's pitting now. So Larson and Kurt Busch kind of get caught off guard. So does Bell. They're going to probably lose maybe a second at a time from staying out an extra lap. Yeah, the guys who have not pitted yet are Larson, Kurt Busch, Bell, LaJoie, Priest, Newman. Everybody else is already pitting. Now Larson hits this time. I'm expecting everybody has to hit this time. Larson had a 6.6 second lead over Kurt Busch going into the pit stops. Love to see how much that change is. Kurt Busch and Larson have pitted. Bell does not pit yet. Bell is still not pitted. We're going to have to see if he loses time here. Newman hasn't pitted either. Or no, Newman has pitted. So everybody's pitted except Bell, basically. We're going to have to see, though, how this works out for Larson after staying out just one extra lap. Larson with a 12.3 second pit stop. That's pretty quick.
They're going to slap a little tape on the grill of this thing right there. As we get the temperatures dropping as we go into night, the track temp drops, the air temp drops. You can add a little bit more tape to the front of that race car.
Well, they're showing up. Logano added some tape to that front grill. So now Larson comes down a pit road. Things are readjusting, and him and Kurt Busch are still 1-2. No, Hamlin has gotten around Kurt Busch. So that's what staying out one extra lap does. Now Hamlin's gotten around Kurt Busch. And it seems that Larson, we'll have to see once Bell hits pit road. Bell still hasn't pitted. I'm surprised by that. This is a very interesting strategy call here. Though as they run only 2 cars on the lead lap. I think Bell's going to be Bell's trying to split the stage in half, where all these guys are splitting it into thirds.
Give me some more. Hey guys, Martin Truex Jr. says we have a major loose wheel.
Oh, Truex with a loose wheel. He's going to have to pit this time by. Yeah, he is going quite a bit slower. Logano flies by him. Truex with a loose wheel on that pit stop. More issues for playoff guys. Oh, a big piece of debris out on the track. This might save Truex, and this might work out for him, for Bell. And there goes the caution.
How well timed was that, guys? Wow. Just a lucky break, and look this. Oh, Christopher Bell's going to run over that debris right there. Smart by Truex. See that? Make the statement.
That's going to save Truex, that's for sure.
To know
Truex had a loose wheel, and then there was caution for debris right at that same time. So if there is no caution, he's going to lose probably a lap or two for an extra pit stop.
He saw it, he waited it out, back there on. Very blessed, very fortunate. He still has to come down pit road and make this adjustment. May lose the track position, and a lot of teams may not come to pit road after this one.
Yeah, we're going to see if anybody pits. I don't think anybody really will, but
What James Paul was referring to with being in trouble here, if you look at the scoreboard, scoring monitor right now, there are a ton of cars down the lap. Now, all those cars will take the wave around, but I don't believe Truex will be in a spot to do that because they do have.
oh yeah, but that's the thing. So because of this caution, a bunch of people are going to skip over to the lead lap, but from the wave around. But
Pretty much everybody outside the top 5, 1 lap down. Yeah, that's going to be difficult. So once Bell,
this caution's literally got like almost the whole field a lap down. We'll have to see how this works out, but this is pretty chaotic as it happens. So because of a caution and green flag pit stops and one car was staying out, Bell was not the only one on the lead lap, but Larson was too, and maybe a couple others. But because of that, those other guys aren't going to be able to just take the wave around. But yeah, Bell hits the piece of debris that the caution was for.
after this happened, and I couldn't tell whether it really did much damage to it or not. He's going to come down pit road. He's going to change tires. I'll have an opportunity to take a good look at this race car. Run it get in place before the pit cycle happens.
But yeah, we're going to have to see how many cars are actually on the lead lap here. So it looks like only 5. Logano's the first one to lap down in P6. So, I mean, this is just nuts.
With the fan here, your windshield gets pitted up a lot. And so, like, yeah, you see the damage. There is some good damage right here to the right front of that.
And the advantage we had was we were looking back up the straightaway. You can see
I mean, we're going to see how this all cycles out after the pit stops, but this is going to be nuts. This is going to force so many guys to play strategy here because they're going to be pinned a lap down. And there's only 4 cars on the lead lap, or 5. And one guy will get the wave around. I believe that'll be the 22. The 20, so there'll be 6 cars on the lead lap. That's nuts.
Was that caution when Kyle Busch hit the wall, but they came down and changed tires. That put them in this position to be the only one left on the lead lap. But they're going to have to work on the right front of this car as they do so. They're going to change these tires as well. And they're also going to, where they fix the right rear as well, make sure that.
I mean, this is just bizarre. There's going to be so many cars stuck a lap down. We'll have to see how this all works out. But right now, I mean, goodness. Thank you guys for everybody who's watching. Hope you're enjoying it.
Right, so even though there's just a couple laps on his tires, decided to come down and much more bigger tires here on the 11. He was just a little bit tight fired off, and then they've been migrating through throughout the run. So Chris Gabor's trying to make some air pressure. You saw Justin right here. Next time, as Denny says, he needs to be back to 1-2. He's going to get to lead this race to be able to hold it. So I wonder
Appreciate everybody watching. Thank you guys for 10 likes.
actually get that piece of debris the lap before. Big contact right there, Christopher Bell.
But going to commercial break again. We'll probably see all this cycles out after the commercial break. But as they run, 6 cars on the lead lap, which are Larson, Busch, Chastain, Hamlin, Logano, and Bell. I mean, oh my goodness. First car lap down is Byron, then Blaney, Harvick, Reddick, Kozlowski, Suarez, Elliott, Buescher Jr., Stenhouse Jr., and then Bubba, Almirola, DeJoy. I mean, is there anybody who stuck 2 down, though? Wait, but all these guys can take the wave around. Never mind. I got that backwards. A lot of these, okay. Or I don't know. We'll have to see how this all works out. I'm still kind of confused. They were able to take the wave around, but okay. This actually also helps Bowman because now there's only 2 cars a lap down, and he's one of them. So if there's another caution real quick, as we can get around Justin Haley, he's back on late lap, which is pretty big. So never mind. There are a bunch of guys back on lead lap. I got that backwards. It's my bad for anybody who was confused. But okay. I feel really dumb now, but it's all right. I mean, all of these, I mean, this is just screwing up the stand-ins here really crazy. Yeah, McDowell in a must-win situation, though. Right now, he's almost at 30 points below the cutoff line. It's probably going to grow a little bit more, too, before this race is over. So, but yeah, then Busch is only 15 back, so not near a must-win situation. And, I mean, he'll be competitive enough, I think, to get up back into the playoffs pretty easily. Yeah, I mean, right now, as they run, Larson leads. Could Larson get that Southern 500 win, get another crown jewel this year? He's already got the Coke 600. With that, all he needs to win still would be Daytona 500, which you can't win till next year. But I would be very surprised if Larson ever wins the Daytona 500. He's not a good play racer. Appreciate everybody watching. Better than the guy than the talking heads on TV. Okay, yeah, anyone 23rd or better was on the lead lap again. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you, Matt. Your live stream is spectacular and the best. The only other driver who hasn't pitted is Josh Blicky. Yeah, I mean, he did not pit probably, but then again, he was already like 4 laps down, so it doesn't really matter too much. But better than the guy stuck on TV. I take that as a compliment. But again, it's not very hard to be better than Rick Allen. But next Saturday at Richmond, I mean, I was thinking about going to that Richmond race, but I really can't. You guys can't tell, but I got crutches right here, so I couldn't really pull that one off. But here we are, Larson, Kurt Busch, Chastain, and Hamlin, your top 4. And it'll be Larson who leads them to green on the inside, and then it'll be Kurt Busch on the outside. Chastain pushing Larson, Hamlin pushing Kurt.
You're going to tell everybody about the part where you agreed to it before you knew it was a doubleheader. That's going to make a busy day next Saturday, right?
But I'm thinking Larson's going to get the good launch here because he's got the inside. The inside's been great. I had the last 2 restarts though. The first car on the outside has been able to get a good restart. He just hasn't had help from the second car in line. So I don't know. Maybe the lines are becoming a bit more even, or maybe it just depends if it's a good guy restarting in the outside, if they know what they're doing. But here they come off turn 4 into the Geico restart zone. Larson, Chastain strong. He's going to be pushing Larson. Here they go into the restart zone. Looks like a good restart from both lanes. No, and Larson gets a good shot from Chastain, though. He'll clear Kurt right away. He slides up to block him right away. But Dibby with no help to the bumper of Chastain. That's really going to hurt the inside line. They're 3 wide behind him. Dibby sliding back like a rock. Chastain now poking down a line to get around Hamlin. Oh, no, that's going to maybe hurt him. Now Bell gets around Chastain. Bell on fresh tires. I should expect Bell to move his way up through these guys pretty quickly. His tires are only about maybe 8 laps fresher, but still that's a pretty big gap at this track. It's just such big tire wear. But Truex, the first car a lap down in 24th, except he's running up here in 5th with these leaders. But yeah, this is interesting how this is working out for Truex. If he gets a caution, he'll be in good shape, but it's going to be close. He's going to be pinned here right now. If this runs green to the end of the stage, he's probably going to be pretty screwed here. And they're battling hard back in the pack. They're 3 wide back there. I see Suarez, Buescher, Stenhouse. But Larson with a great restarts jumped out to almost a second lead already over Kurt. Then Hamlin, Bell, Logano, your top 5. Here they are, battle. Reddick looking the inside of Harvick. Harvick, these guys are really close on each other. Harvick's going to get the run. Behind them, Elliott's going to get a run on both of them. He took that. Oh! Dibby gets really big loose on the front straightaway. I don't know if he got a bit of help from Jones or not. Now Elliott to the inside of Reddick. He's going to clear him through turns 1 and 2. Elliott heading in the right direction. But honestly, the amount of issues for playoff drivers in this race has almost been chaotic, crazy. I mean, more issues for playoff drivers than non-playoff drivers, that's for sure.
There is a possibility that we could maybe unlap ourselves on the racetrack. That would be the best possible.
Now, Truex's best shot could be to unlap himself under green, which I don't think will happen. His car's definitely one of the strongest, but not near as strong as he was in the spring. And I don't see him unlapping himself because Larson's really the strongest car right now. Plus, he's just going to have to pass a lot of strong cars. I mean, nobody has been able to really catch up to anybody and make a pass for the lead under green so far. But Byron with by far Byron or LaJoie are right now the runs of the day. If LaJoie can maybe get a top 12 or something like that, then I'd maybe hand it to him. But right now, Byron, huge damage early in this race. He's been battling back the whole time, and right now running in 7th. I mean, he was almost going a lap down early in this race because all that damage he had, and they've been able to fix that thing up.
I'm a William Byron fan. I straight up, dude. He can go all the way to Phoenix. That's what he can do. And I think this is a great test. They have trouble.
Some guys having pretty solid runs right now are Stenhouse and P12. LaJoie's dropped back to P20, but this whole caution kind of made that happen. We'll have to see if he's able to rebound a bit here under this green flag run. If this runs green to the end of the stage, definitely going to have another set of green flag pit stops. Sometimes a brain fart. Sorry about that. But right now, Chastain's been the show of the non-playoff drivers. Been up there battling for the top 5 most of this first stage. Here comes Elliott working his way around Jones. Or Jones, maybe. They're battling up there. I don't know if Jones is – oh, yeah, Jones is one of the lap down cars, I believe. I'll check that. Yeah, Jones is – or is he? Where? I don't see him on this board. Yes, Jones is – oh, yeah, Jones is lap down car. Isn't that nuts to think that Jones went from winning the 500 with Joe Gibbs a year or two ago to where he is now, just totally not in the equation at all for this win? But that 4 car is looking strong today. Where's Almirola at? See how they've been doing so far in their first race of these playoffs. They were doing good in stage 1, but they fell back here. Now they're in 15th. So yeah, they got to fight their way up a bit to get some stage points. So yeah, Larson's car does not seem to have great takeoff speed. I think clean air is huge though. Something I've noticed on the. I mean, if you can get that lead on the restart, we've not seen any passes for the lead really under green, where somebody's just chased somebody down and pass them. So I think Larson doesn't maybe have a great short run car, but I mean, Elliott gets into the side of Jones trying to pass him. We'll have to see if got right behind that left front wheel well of Jones, or maybe. Let's see if he maybe cuts down a tire for Jones or anything like that. These guys have been bumping and banging a little bit off these corners. You know, it's just hard to really keep control of these cars, and sometimes you overstep the boundary a bit, just get into that quarter panel of the guy next to you, or maybe tap the wall a bit. Try to minimize the damage though, not wreck anybody. Kurt Busch is getting hunted down by Hamlin. Hamlin's car now turning on. Is he going to be able to sweep the stages? We'll see. Oh, Kurt Busch with the bobble in the middle of the turns. That may allow Hamlin to get a run on him down the back straightaway. He peeks down there. No, he tucks back in line. Kurt looking to maybe let him go here. No, he's just going to take the inside line. Going to try and slide up and block him. But, oh, man, Hamlin with a big run on that outside line. Yeah, Kurt is not going to be able to fend him off here. I think Kurt's just going to let him go here. I think he realizes Hamlin has a faster car. And Kurt right now is just chasing these points, these stage points. He doesn't want to wreck because they don't have a lot of playoff points. And that car is, a lot of guys have had issues. And so, if you can get 16 stage points in this race, they'll take that as a big win. Right now, as they run, he's 4th in the overall standings of the playoffs. Well, yeah, I appreciate everybody watching.
You're not doing anything. He's like, I'm not ready to run yet. It's not my time to run yet. When he would go qualifier, when he would go race, that's when he would run. That's kind of the way Denny is. When it comes time to run, he runs. Other than that, he just makes laps, and he makes solid laps. But when it
Less than 50 to go in the stage. Just crossing the halfway point of this race, halfway through this race, and how long have we been going? Over 2 hours. Man, this race is, woo! It's a long one, guys.
Someone else. I appreciate the liberty mutual knows everyone's unique. That's why they customize your car insurance.
Are you going to do a post race about updated points? I don't know. What do you mean? The playoff points? I mean, I'll keep streaming afterwards and talk about how the points are running. Yeah, and like who's above the cutoff and who's not. Yeah, as they run though, McDowell 36 points back from the cutoff line. Kyle Busch only eight. Even though and Bowman only 5. Almirola 2 back. Kozlowski's the one holding that last transfer spot. He's +2. Reddick's +3. Harvick +7. Bell +8. A lot of those guys having good runs who are above the cutoff line, but just because they don't have the playoff points, that's why they're stuck back there, not running higher up and have more of a buffer over that cutoff line. Did you guys see in the pre-race when they were going through the countdown to not the countdown to green, but the starting grid? Dale Earnhardt Jr. was like, "Yeah, we got 2 rookies right next to each other on this play in row 18 or whatever. We got Custer next to his rookie teammate Chase Briscoe. Both these rookies battling." And I'm like, "What? Cole Custer won a race last year. He's not a rookie. He won Rookie of the Year last year. What are you doing, Dale? What are you doing, Dale?" I think it's very likely that 38 car of Alfredo, that charter, goes from front row to the 23XI team or somebody else.
Right about now, we could all use a pancake. For dinner, so come into IHOP with pancakes, burgers, burritos, and more, because you deserve something that makes you smile.
1 mil soon? Yeah, we're getting 1 mil soon. I don't know if that's what you're talking about or what, but
It's what drives the economy and keeps our country going. American workers in American factories, designing, engineering.
But yeah, if you guys want to join, the playoff bracket challenge that's online on the NASCAR website. If you want to join my league, where you basically, I mean, it's nothing too crazy, but you just get to see other people's brackets, and see how many points they're earning for the more playoff picks they get right. You could join mine. Mine's pretty simple. The name is just Freeman Motorsports, so you can join that there. Yeah, currently you can have up to 3 brackets. In my bracket, the one that I'm going to focus on the most, I have Bowman, who's going out, Kozlowski going out, and McDowell going out, and Almirola going out. So right now that doesn't look too bad. I know that's pretty ambitious, but
Here's the sad part. You go to these long speedways that I've raced at. That hurts me a little bit. Yeah, that does hurt. But it brings back so many memories of watching my dad.
with 40 to go on the stage, we'll probably see green flag pit stop setting in maybe 10, 15 laps.
The history of the sport and brings it back to life for the fans that we have now. I think
Appreciate you guys watching. Over 300 viewers on the day. But Larson still leads. Hamlin's led the most so far today, but Larson looking to pass him for that award here soon. Lap leaders today are the 5 car Larson, Hamlin, Kurt, Busch, and that 1 car Bell with that strategy. He got some laps led. Harvick's led some laps. Blaney Jones with some strategies led some lap, and even Joey Gase just led a lap early. 8 cautions though, or no, how many cautions? 7 cautions already, 8 guaranteed. Are we gonna get more than 10 cautions or not? That's really the question.
And remember that phrase, Russian. He told him his patience in 3 and 4 is what's paying off. Larson turned in some quick lap time, Parker.
Well, Larson's got about a 2.5 second lead over Hamlin. Hamlin trying to sweep the stages here tonight. I don't know if he'll be able to pull it off. Kurt in 3rd. He's trying to get a lot of stage points tonight. So far, he's already gotten 8. Can he get 8 more? And then Bell in fourth with the strategy that really worked out for him. That's really helping out that team. And then Logano in fifth, and then Chastain, the spoiler of the non-playoff drivers, up in sixth. But Kurt Busch only 4 seconds back from the lead. I mean, he has really been the underdog of the night. And I said Kurt Busch was going to be the underdog. Like he's been the guy who was kind of going to be a dark horse and who could get some big points tonight. I don't think he's going to win, but I mean, he's led a lot of laps in the previous Darlington races. Or not a lot, but he's been up front at points. But let's check in on Bowman again, see if he's made any progress or if he's still stuck. Oh, here we are. I think green flag stops are about to start because the leaderboard's all funky. And it's a lap or two ahead of us, so. Yeah, green flag stops. Probably going to start any lap here as we only have 35 to go on the stage. Going to be interesting to see if Bell pulls the same strategy he pulled earlier. Let's see if it pays off for him again. Oh, it looks like Chastain's going to be the first car to hit pit road with 35 to go on the stage. He locks it up big time. That doesn't really matter. He's changing them all. So Byron also on pit road, Elliott on pit road. Going to be interesting to see if this helps these guys out and get into pit road a bit earlier than others. I feel like you're going to have to expect Larson and Hamlin and these guys to come very next time by. Or if not then, the lap after. It looks like Larson's going to stay out, but Hamlin's coming this time. Kurt Busch is also staying out with Larson. This happened last time. We're going to have to see how this works out. Larson for green flag pit stops, 2.5-second lead over Hamlin. We're going to see how that translate. Hamlin's going to be at least 1 lap in quicker. He'll be in 1 lap ahead of Larson. Everybody taking all 4, obviously. Byron with an 11.5-second stop. That's the quickest one so far I've seen. Going to be interesting to see. Anybody have any issues? But here comes Larson and Busch this time. Bell staying out, like I said. Hamlin with a 13.2-second pit stop. That's Larson may have just had a loose wheel. I mean, not a loose wheel, uncontrolled tire penalty. We'll have to see. The guy kept his hands on the tire at all times. But we'll have to see. Is that going to be an uncontrolled tire penalty? That could be very big for that 5-car Larson. Overall, he had a second quicker stop than Hamlin, but we'll still have to see. Is that going to be an uncontrolled tire for Larson? Bell leads, though. Bell and Truex have not pitted yet. Bell now coming to pit road this time. Now this will give Larson the lead back, but does he have an uncontrolled tire penalty? They're going to be reviewing this. I don't think he will, but it may be close. But now Truex will not get the lead, but he will be up there with the leaders now. He should be on the lead lap, but he's going to, I mean, we're going to have to see how long he can stay out there. I'm assuming he's going to try and stay out there as long as he can. But yeah, Larson pitted a lap after Hamlin, but the lead's going to actually maybe grow a little bit. Oh, here comes Truex this time by. Bell on the pit road. Now Larson's in the lead. Hamlin still leads over Larson. I mean, Larson leads over Hamlin, but Truex has to hit road. Oh, Byron in the wall. Byron's blown a tire. Byron in the wall hard for the second time tonight. Caution's out. This is going to catch more people a lap down. We'll have to see what happens this time. Oh, that thing's killed. This is it for Byron. They ain't repairing this one. Yeah, that right front's not turning. Byron is now out of this race. More playoff implications. He's dropping. He's dropping. He's dropping, and now he is. Man, what this is, I was going to say Byron was going to have the run of the night. He had the big damage early. They repaired that thing, got him back out there, and now he's in the wall hard for whatever. I don't know quite the reason just yet. May have been a loose wheel, could have been just a blown brake rotor. They still haven't said. Oh, brakes down. What a hit. Brakes are out on the 24. That was a crazy shot. Yeah, he just lost the brakes entirely going down to turn 1. Nearly cleaned out. I don't know what car that is. The 00.
That would have been a slow one. You look at those marks. You look at the marks are straight. You know, we can see that, but it's like drawing a line on a piece of paper. That's wicked when you see the marks right here.
Yeah, he just lost. Yeah, he lost the brakes or something. Blew it. I still not sure what exactly, but the thing just went straight into turn 1. Anybody pinned a lap down here who didn't think they would? It looks like a couple guys got caught off guard a lap down. Truex now maybe 2 laps down. That's big. Truex not even with like an actual damage issue, just had a loose wheel. Now he's stuck 2 laps down. That's. But now as they run, Almirola's in by 5 over Bowman, and Byron has not even dropped as far as he's gonna. Byron's gonna drop all the way back. Luckily, there's already been 3 DNFs. He's gonna drop all the way back to 34th. But trouble tonight. Bowman flat tire on lap 16. Then Byron got into him. And then Elliott had contact and she had to pit again. And then McDowell crashed. And then Kyle Busch crashed. I mean, Bell hit, and now Byron's crashed again. Now as they're updating the points more and more, now it looks like, luckily, because so many guys have crashed, Byron's only going to be maybe 8 points in a hole. Same for Kyle Busch and Bowman. I mean, this is going to open the door pretty wide. And this actually helps McDowell as well. McDowell now went from about 35 out to only 25 out. Now we'll really have to see here. I mean, this is going to almost even out the playoff bracket, almost make it even more close. It's going to allow a couple guys like, looks like Kurt Busch with all the points he scored in stage 1 and possibly stage 2, that this will help him like lock up a more safe spot into the next round. But this is going to blow a lot of brackets possibly. Bowman, Busch, Byron all below the cutoff line. I think everybody had McDowell not making it, but whew. Crazy first playoff race. I mean, you could not have made this any more chaotic, to be honest. Maybe if Reddick had actually wrecked it that one time he got loose early in the race and took it out like 4 other cars, maybe then. But and so there are going to be more than 10 cautions. Yep, we're going to hit more 10 cautions before the stage 2's over. Man, this race is a long one, man. This is a long one. Should I change it to over? I'm going to change this over, under 15 cautions. That's the question. We are just past halfway, not past stage 2, but we're at 200 of 360, so we're just a bit past halfway. But yeah, tonight Larson has led the most laps. Him and Hamlin have led a combined 140 of the 200 laps so far.
America's leading 5G network. This is Apple TV Plus, and now only T-Mobile has new.
I mean, this is just nuts. I mean, hey, if any of these guys like Busch, Bowman, or Byron all of a sudden have issues again in the next race, I mean, that's just going to be nuts. Like, I almost won't be able to believe it.
Largest 5G network. Apple TV Plus on us, America's leading 5G network. Only at T-Mobile.
Welcome to
But yeah, once again, if you guys want to join my league for the playoff grid challenge that NASCAR is hosting, you can join it, and it's just called Freeman Motorsports. Pretty straightforward.
Now get new lower all the way to Austin. It's better protection. Costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Austin. Click the call or lower all the way to
this bracket is just nuts. I don't know. I wonder how many people are still going to have perfect brackets after round one. Even though it seems pretty easy, it's just like the amount of chaos in this race right here is just making it so much more confusing. Appreciate everybody watching though. You're going under. I would say it'll probably be right about 15. Because I think we're gonna have 10. I would say, because right now we're already at 9, and I think we're gonna hit at least 11. And I feel like just the way this race has been going is like cautions breed cautions. Yeah, as this playoffs run right now, Bowman is 2 in, Kozlowski's 2 out, Busch is 3 out, Byron 6 out, and McDowell's 21 out. It's actually probably not going to change much more unless there's more crashes and people are in.
First of all, are you okay? And any idea what happened in the left front? Yeah, I'm fine. That's a big hit, but yeah, I'm fine. It looks like on the pit stop, it looked like we dropped the jack and the left front was still finishing up, and then I took off and everything felt okay.
But I mean, looks like maybe drop the jack or something didn't go perfect with that pit stop. Must have not gotten enough lug nuts on that left front, and just so it did not go as planned and ended up causing him to just go straight into turn 1. Yeah, it looks like he just lost that left front though. That's all we know. He didn't actually lose brakes, but he wasn't able to. He wasn't not about to slow that car down. But here they come off turn 4. Larson on the inside, Chastain on the outside. Who's going to get that restart? Larson. Maybe spun the wheel a bit, but oh man, that outside lane was not a good restart at all. Logano with no push to Chastain. Larson and Hamlin going to clear Chastain, maybe even Bell. But wow, Larson with a great jump out, and then they're battling behind him. Christopher Bell up to 3rd. What a change of events for Bell after this strategy is just working out for him. He doesn't really have a super fast car, I don't think. But somebody's got a tire back in the pack, it looks like. Man. Now here we have Logano and Kurt Busch. Kurt trying to catch these guys. I mean, honestly, I think you're not going to see many more crashes because unless there's, mechanical failures or stuff like that, or non-playoff drivers racing hard. Because I don't think you're going to see many of these playoff drivers going very hard anymore because, Larson and Hamlin will keep going for it because they got so many playoff points. They don't really, or maybe not Hamlin, but Larson's going to keep going for it because he has all the playoff points in the world. Colt Guster with the tire rub or something. He's slow on the track, too. He's made some contact. Man, what is going – why is Dale Jr. has called Colt Guster a rookie like 3 times tonight? He just called him the rookie again. What is going on, Dale? Somebody needs to go up there and tell Dale Jr. that Colt Guster is not a rookie. That tire's smoking up. He's probably going to have to pit here in a second. That's a bummer for him. He's stayed on the lead lap most of the night. He has not necessarily been – I don't think he's been doing much, but he was able to stay on the lead lap, which is definitely an accomplishment. Larson, though, growing that lead over Hamlin once again after the restart. Larson, Hamlin, Bell, Harvick, Chastain, your top 5. Then Logano, Kurt Busch, Elliott, Blaney, Reddick, and then LaJoy in 11th. LaJoy working his way back up there. If Corey LaJoy gets a top 10 at Darlington, I'm going to lose my mind. I mean, to help him out, he's had 3 or 4 good competitive cars that would probably finish ahead of him crashing out. But even still, I mean, before that, he was running up there. He got cycled out a bit by all this wacky caution stuff going on in the middle of pit stops. But yeah, now Bell's catching up to Hamlin. The 20 car maybe starting to look a bit like Jones's car 2 years ago when he won. Bowman now 2 laps down, so he's kind of stuck back there. Truex also a lap down, so is Dibby. They're the only 2 cars a lap down, so Truex definitely going to be battling hard with Dibby to get back on the lead lap. Because as they run, I mean, Truex is pretty much out of contention to get any big points, even though he has probably one of the top, easily top 10 fastest cars. But Larson now is going that lead over Hamlin over a 1.5 seconds. 18 to go in the stage. Bell really looking to get around Hamlin here. He wants that spot. He's faster. And he also, I mean, every point matters for Bell because he does not have a lot of those he does not have playoff points. And as they run, Bell has 12 points to the good. But, you know, you want as much as you can get. Appreciate everybody watching. We got almost 350 viewers on the day. Here it is. Bell, I mean, he's just stalking Hamlin. I mean, he just can't get the run. It's just been hard to pass on the inside. I mean, after the restarts, I mean, you can kind of see guys ripping the outside and get the momentum boost. But when somebody just keeps running the outside, it's just hard to pass them. It's a very good defensive line because you can just keep running the run off the corners. It's easier to pass on the inside in 3 and 4, I'm pretty sure. But if you don't get a good run off that inside line, you can lose so much speed down the front stretch. And that's just so killer. Oh, my goodness. No wonder I feel like I've been behind the leaderboard. Oh, I feel so dumb. I was like 20. I actually must have had my TV like 20 or 30 seconds behind on accident. I must have paused early before I started the race. And that's why I've been so far behind the leaderboard and haven't had it turned off. But there you go. Now it's pretty much even. Kurt Busch, though, stalking Joey Logano. Or did Joey Logano get by Kurt? Kurt may be heading back in the wrong direction a bit. He was looking stronger earlier in stage 1 and stage 2 even for sure. Back 7th, still going to get, if he finishes 7th in the stage, he'll get over 10 points in this race from just the stages. That's helpful, but probably not as much as he wish he would have gotten. Man, Bell is just throwing it at that 11 car. I think he may end up using up his stuff here. I don't think Bell's going to get Hamlin. But that 20 car is definitely improving as the night goes on. So maybe I wouldn't count them out. I still think it's definitely Larson, Hamlin, maybe Harvick, one of the cars I would think of that are going to win. But Kozlowski, though, one of the playoff cars who've been struggling quite a bit tonight. We're on MP16. They pitted under the last caution to get fresh tires, and still, I don't think it's really helped them that much. The 20 is just fighting that 11 car. And while they're fighting, it's allowing the 5 to drive away more and more, but he cannot get around that guy. He cannot get around Hamlin. He's definitely faster.
Good and great is the guy who can do that lap after lap without any contact. You really don't even see any car moving around that place. It's not really running the car hard enough.
But man, Eric Jones running at 28th. I mean, from the highest to highs, lowest to lows. I feel bad for that. I mean, I don't feel bad, but I feel bad more so for that team. I wish that Richard Petty team was a bit more competitive. than what it is. I don't know if it's they don't have the funding or maybe Jones is not as good of a driver, but I mean, I don't know. Just because of how iconic that team is, I really wish they could, be a bit more competitive in the sport as general.
And he even went exit off turn 2, the second groove. Now that's since been repaid. Don't really know if that second groove exists anymore. But Denny Hamlin, one of those guys that can go out there and find pace, find speed on this racetrack. And that's why I think he loves it.
But Hamlin just keeps getting the run off the top side. Maybe allowing Harvick to catch him a bit. Almirola going in the wrong direction. Now he's back to 18th.
As this gotten cooler, they have continued to go backwards with this 10 car.
Now Almirola back to 18th. You wonder, even though all these guys are having issues, is he going to fall back below the playoff line? Does it have to play? I mean, right now he is tied with Bowman in points in terms of the bubble, even though Bowman's back in 25th and Almirola's up in 18th. That car is just struggling. Overall, though, I would say Stewart-Haas is having a little bit of a better night than they usually do, because Briscoe up in the 19th and Almirola in 18th and Custer in like 21st and Harvick's up in the top 5. I mean, usually Harvick's up in the top 10 and the other guys are battling for like 25th. So
I just don't know how he does it, man.
Truex battling Debbie. He's catching him now. Dibby may have tagged the wall there off turn 4. Dibby just got in the wall. And now Truex has gotten around Dibby, so that way he can get that free pass spot and get back on the lead lap for this final stage. That is very big. I mean, we're going to see. I mean, Dibby just made some pretty big contact with the wall, I believe. So I wonder if he'll blow a tire after that. Yeah, he's smoking now. He's going to have to try and just limp that thing home right now. 5 to go on the stage.
When you see Truex get up under that 21, that gives you that meaning to the term driving.
We'll have to see if the 19 put him in the wall. Oh, the 21 got in the wall on his own. And then I wonder if he got into the wall a bit more again after Truex came up with him. I think Truex may have kind of forced him into the wall a tiny bit when he passed him. I think the 21 ought to be able to make it to the end of the stage, but he's got definitely a big life crumple in that car from contact with the wall. And Bell's still battling Hamlin. He's trying to get around him. Oh, he's getting closer now. He almost got there. He almost got him there off turn 4. 3 to go in the stage. Larson's driven off from these two, but Bell is fighting hard. He's on the bumper of Hamlin. He may be able to get him here in a second. Hamlin with the bobble. There he is. He's on this quarter panel as the inner turns 3 and 4. Is he going to be able to clear him? Hamlin's going to get the run off the top side. He's going to have to slide up. Oh, yeah, he's going to get him there. Bell clears Hamlin off turn 4 after maybe 20 laps of battling. Bell finally gets around that 11 car for the second spot with 2 to go on the stage. But Larson leading still, then Larson, Bell, Hamlin, Chastain. Chastain must have gotten around Harvick a little while ago. Then Kurt Busch. Kurt Busch must have also gotten back by Logano. Then Elliott, Blaney, Reddick, your top 10. And now who else than Corey LaJoie in P11? I mean, what a run by that 7 car. The 11 thinks he may have a tire going down. Luckily, it's the last lap of the stage, so he's just going to nurse it here. But here comes Harvick. I mean, here comes Larson off turn 4. Larson getting his 13th stage win of the year, and it'll be Chastain at the line by him. Whoa! Chastain at the line beating Hamlin. But Hamlin just lost 2 points. 2 points is 2 points. But there you have it. Here, I'll tell you who finished top 10 in that stage. So it's Larson, Bell, Chastain, then Hamlin, Harvick, Kurt Busch, Logano, Elliott, Blaney, and Corey LaJoie. Corey LaJoie getting P10 in stage 2. That's what you like to see. That's Corey LaJoie with a who. If I would have told you Corey LaJoie would have gotten stage points, or if you would have told me that, I'd not believe you. I mean, no way. Wait, did he get it? Yes, Corey LaJoie with the stage point. Yeah, Briscoe was able to stay on the lead lap there. Where did he finish? Briscoe's P19, stay on the lead lap. That's big. Hey, I mean, all four Stewart Haas cars in the top 21 probably could all get top 20s. That's a solid run for Stewart Haas in my book, the way this year's been going. I may have totally just jinxed them, but I mean, LaJoie with the P10, man. He knocks that. He takes a point away from Tyler Reddick, which, I mean, a point is a point, especially for Reddick in these playoffs. Now Reddick has a 7-point advantage over the cutoff instead of 8. So every little point matters, It's gonna. You think it's gonna be a crazy last stage? Currently have 9 cautions. I don't know. I don't think there will be more than 15. I think I was a bit too ambitious when I said that. There's 9 currently in the race, including the stage. I think we'll get maybe 2 more. It could go green to the end. Honestly, I have no clue. It could go green to the end, but we could see like 4 or 5 wrecks all of a sudden out of nowhere. I don't know. I think we'll definitely have more than 10 cautions in this race. But who are you guys' picks to win now as we enter this final stage? My key pick has got to be Larson, not just because I'm a Larson fan, but because he's doing very well. Behind him, I would say probably Hamlin and then Harvick. And then my surprise winner would be Ross Chastain, that's for sure. It's just there have been no passes for the lead under green flag. So that's really the big one there. But Martin Truex Jr. finally getting back on the lead lap. So, I mean, hey, it could have been worse for that team, but here they are. On the pit road, anybody going to gain or lose spots here on pit road? That'll be the question. Larson, he got that first pit stall. And we'll have to see out. What does he clock in at here? An 11.9. And now, what does Bell do? Bell in second. We'll see here. Bell, Hamlin, Chastain. Chastain will be able to keep third over Hamlin. That car's Larson beats Bell off. They ran identical pit stop times. Hamlin a bit slower than both of them. Chastain, though, pretty slow pit stop. Chastain with a slow stop. He's going to lose a couple spots. Hamlin, Harvick up 1. Chastain down 2. Elliott up 2. Logano, Reddick up 3. Kurt Busch loses 3. And Newman up 3. Newman in the top 10 all of a sudden. Wow, that's something. All right, Newman top 10 at Darlington. But dark horse Chastain, that's for sure. I will be right back. We're back. Sorry about that. Just had to take a dip away for a second.
Every driver wants to end up here tonight. We're off Oregon, victory lane. Lots of racing left to be determined on who's going to win this race. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Stage 2 had a lot of drama, but had a lot of fun in the booth.
I mean, well, that was just
always love spending time with y'all. And,
that. I mean, this race so far has been great, honestly.
I'm amazed at these
Tons of drama.
As hard as they are. We're just at the beginning to be segment 3. It's always fun. Let's do it once a year, same time next year. You guys do a great job up here, man.
Yeah, really enjoy it and fun, especially at this place and the history that's happened here for all of our families. So fun night. These drivers are now looking, they thought they've just been through a lot. Now they're looking at
Well, here we are. Hopefully going to be starting this final stage here in a second.
the only team that has actually won the Southern.
He must be talking about Jeff Burton, who will be coming up. I promise you, neither of us have done it. 3 playoff drivers.
But man, I mean, here we are in the final stage. Back to get underway. Will be less than 100 to go when this stage gets underway. You missed the beginning. The beginning was probably the most dramatic part so far. That first, I mean, even now though, the first few laps though was where the chaos was sure to ensue. But Kyle Larson been the dominant car as the night has progressed. Hamlin been right on his tail, almost like one of the normal races earlier in the season.
Already led over 100 laps.
Having some technical difficulties. I'm sure you can watch the highlights or watch YouTube's reaction to it. You'll see some of the drama, but I mean, it's still been dramatic after that. Oh, so it looks like Blaney had an uncontrolled tire. Oh, big uncontrolled tire for that 12 car.
It was this one that was around the nose. The rule is you don't have to keep touching and all that. When NASCAR says we're not going to be black and white on this, we're going to give you a wide area. It has to stay in your box.
The 9 is in. He's in 6th. Third car restarting on the outside. Here they come off turn 4 in the Geico restart zone. Larson on the inside. Bell on the outside. Oh, Bell spins the tires on the outside. Hamlin with a good shove to Larson. Larson just going to clear the pack as he has every time. Hamlin in 2nd. Big clearance over Bell. Chastain side by side with Bell for 3rd. Oh, he bobbles it, though, off turn 2. Oh, man. Somebody just got into the wall there, it looks like, or got close. It is hilarious to see LaJoie literally battling these other guys in the playoffs. What a great run for that 7 car. But Larson, Hamlin, Bell, Logano, Chastain, your top 5. And then Harvick and Elliott side by side for 6th. Elliott trying to side track. Oh, looks like the 20 nearly hammered the wall there off turn 2. Had to get out of the gas big time. He's going to lose 2 spots, maybe another. LaJoie battling Reddick for, I believe it's that 9th position. He's going to clear him. Dude, what is going on right now? Why? How is Corey LaJoie battling these guys? That is what a great car they must have put together. I don't care what you say about LaJoie being up front so much at Daytona last week. If he gets a top 10 here, this is like the race of his career. Okay, Reddick got back by him for 9. But Larson leading. He's already got a second gap over Hamlin. Then it's a second from Hamlin to Logano. Chastain fourth, Bell fifth. Elliott all over the bumper of Bell off turn 2. But Bell gets the run off. Elliott looking high. Not going to work there. LaJoy all over the bumper of Reddick. 126 to go in this race. About to approach the 3-hour mark. Man, this has been a long one. And it's going to be even longer. Yeah, Almirola back up to 11th. Progressing in the right direction for that team there. Almost back out of the top 20. Then you got Priest, Buescher, Newman, Kozlowski rounding out the top 15. Then Wallace, Custer, Suarez, Stenhouse, and Truex rounds off the top 20 after getting back on the lead lap.
Excellent run in that number 7 for Spire Motorsports. And remember, we've seen him do this at places that are wore out, where you can serve the tires like a Darlington. This week to me is a Corey LaJoy racetrack that he's taking full advantage.
But Corey LaJoy, I mean, they're talking about him now. Corey LaJoy running top 10 in that 7 car.
I think one of the most impressive things about that, Parker, is that they lost a lot of track position midway through this race.
But Larson throwing that lead over Hamlin. I mean, we have not seen any passes for the lead under green. So I think just track position is huge in this race in terms of if you're trying to win the race. You can pass back up in here, but 500 miles, second longest after Coke 600. I mean, the Daytona 500 is also 500. They're also coming. I mean, are those really the only 500-mile races still? Isn't one of the Talladega races 500 miles? Or are they both?
And really a great run for Ryan Priest tonight. Ryan Priest, this week he got announced that this car was not going to be that.
But Ryan Priest
next year.
Ryan Priest on a ride for next year, also having a good run up in 12th.
Found out he may not have a ride next year, so he is another driver this late in this year trying to figure out what his future looks like. Ryan Priest, huge winner in modified, won a truck race earlier this year, trying to earn his way in the sport, making a living doing what he loves.
Larson just still leading.
Larson up here, we're going to highlight him. He's up front, of course, but he's also got the Xfinity.
He's also got the fastest lap.
Just over 29 seconds flat around this 1.25 mile racetrack. So difficult, but he has put down the fastest lap.
Sorry if I'm eating. I can't commentate as much, but appreciate everybody watching.
Track cools down. They get later, I believe somebody will type that. Maybe down to 28 before it's all said and done. Maybe this guy right here, he might not have, he
But Larson has 10 finishes in the top 2 this year. Is that not crazy, man? He's probably going to hit 1,700 laps led in this race. Oh, man. MTJ working his way through traffic. Elliott looking to the inside about the 5th. Sure.
All right.
So wait, are you behind?
What? Kozlowski and Truex, the biggest gainers since the last restart. Christopher Bell having a vibration. And now Kurt Busch going around him for 7th. So that's not good. The car's also loose. So he's going in the wrong direction. And this is moving Logano up to third. Chastain up to fourth.
Way away from Bell, but Christopher's struggling right now. Right along. Watch his hands. Just turning back. Almost to the right. Car's loose. Have to steer to the back of the car to keep the car from spinning out. Not able to be in the gas. Kurt Busch is driving away from him.
They have to come to pit road, guys. Adam told him I need about 30 laps.
Christopher Bell gonna have to hit.
He goes, I'm gonna have to come.
Christopher Bell's gonna have to hit road soon because of this issue apparently. It says he made a possible loose wheel or just something. The car is crazy loose though either way.
Kevin Harvick, we know all year long, not has the speed that we expect from him. But he's going to have to manage his way through this first round of playoffs. He hasn't won any races this year, but in some ways he's done his best job driving. He's had slow race cars that kept this speed in the playoffs.
But Harvick really carrying the banner for Stuart Haas tonight as he has all year, but looking to make a move on Elliott for fifth.
In the 16th seed, and so foreign to him because a year ago he was the #1 seed when the playoffs started. But he has battled consistently and with the attrition right now. But now
Nobody talking about Ryan Preece in the 37? I was saying that earlier. Ryan Preece. Wait, what is he? He's not 37. You mean he's in the 37? But yeah, Ryan Preece in 11th. Solid run for him. Also, Corey LaJoy P9. Ryan Newman P14. I mean, a solid run. Truex working his way up through the field. He's about to crack back up into the top 15. So Christopher Bell has to hit road. Unscheduled pit stop. I mean, he's going to be on energy for what now? Like the third or fourth time tonight? But because of so many cars with issues, guys like Bell, Almirola, guys like Bell, Almirola, Reddick, Harvick, who had no playoff points hardly, are all now like 10 points to the good, which is which is really crazy. I would never have thought that. I would have thought maybe 2 playoff drivers would have had issues in this race, and there's been like 8. Here, let's make a list. Elliott's had an issue, a minor issue though. But Elliott, Byron, Bowman, McDowell, Busch. Bell had an issue, had to pit twice. Truex had a loose wheel that had him in lap. That's like 7 people. I'm trying to think of anybody else. Yeah, I mean and because so many people are having issues, it's made Bowman's issue not as bad because even though he's stuck a lap down or 2 laps down, so many guys keep having to pit extra times or get stuck a lap down. He's instead of finishing like outside the top 30, he could end up with a top 25. Well, Bell's now back in 24th. How many is he a lap down or 2 laps down? We'll see here. Christopher Bell 2 down. So, yeah, that's definitely not in the position he wants to be. I think he can get that to 1 pretty easily. I don't know where he's on the track, but if he's somewhat near the leader, I think those fresh tires are just going to allow him to fly by. But Chastain catching up to Logano once again. Chastain just looking strong. Going to maybe look to pass Logano for 3rd now. Man, Corey LaJoy, P9. What a run. But either way, Larson still leads over Hamlin, then Logano, Chastain, Elliott, your top 5. Harvick, Kurt Busch, Reddick, LaJoy, Almirola at the top 10. Harvick still fighting Elliott. I mean, it is just hard to get around these cars. The key to victory lane. They got eliminate mistakes. How many pit stops are left and manage sets of tires? So most people have at least 4. Everybody has at least 4. And a couple guys, including the leader, Kyle Larson, have 5. So I don't think that will come into play. I think everybody's got to pit at least, 2 or 3 more times. But I think at least 2 times everybody's got to pit. Oh, Harvick and Elliott they banged doors pretty hard right there, it looks like. Harvick trying to pass him. Wonder if that's going to maybe cut down a tire on the 9. Doesn't look like any of the tires have any lettering rubbed off. LaJoy trying to pass Reddick. LaJoy passing Reddick, and now Priest going to follow through. Corey LaJoy and Ryan Priest trying to pass Reddick and Almirola. And Truex now catching all these guys as well. You got like a wad of like 6 cars here, all sliding around. The 19 looking to get around Reddick. Reddick's just lost 4 spots in the last lap, basically. That is not good. He may even lose another to Busch and Brad Keselowski are right here, too. Yeah, he's going to lose 1 to Chris. I think the 8's having an issue or something. But he's going backwards now. Now he's only 4 over the cutoff. Now Truex gotten around Almirola too. But now Reddick's getting passed by Brad and Newman. This 8 car is going backwards in a hurry. He's going to lose another spot to possibly the 6 and the 20. Maybe got into the wall a tiny bit there too. He's going to have to pit soon for sure. That car is just, he is fighting it. You can see he's swerving all over the place in the turns. That's definitely not where this car is not where he wants it to be. Chastain's gone by Logano though for 3rd.
He's a little concerned there might be a tire rub as the new data comes in. Yeah, that heartbeat up right now at 145 a moment ago for Eric Almirola, who has his hands full a moment ago, passed by Truex, who has stormed his way back into the top 10.
Oh, wow. Truex now back into the top 10. He'll be chasing the 37 and the 8. I mean, 37 and the 7 to get up to 2 more spots. They're closing in on 100 to go. Hamlin closing in on Larson just a bit. If we don't get a caution here soon, Larson's really going to have to start getting into some lap traffic. That's not going to be friendly. You got Chase Briscoe, who's only maybe 3 seconds from, and then Cole Custer, who's got maybe 6 seconds too. But once he gets to Cole Custer, it'll be car after car after car. Bell going by Almirola, but he's on fresh tires since he had to make an unscheduled pit stop. But now he's going by these guys like they're nothing with those fresh tires. Larson makes contact with the wall. Looks pretty light, though. Larson now led over 1,700 laps, though, this season. Newman's hit pit road. Pit stop's going to start here soon. We're going to see pit stops are about to get underway. You already see Newman just hit pit road. Probably going to see more and more each lap.
Remember, these drivers have been in the car already
3 hours. They've been in the car 3 hours. Some of their heart rates we've seen here a couple.
Kurt Busch is now hit road. Probably going to expect more guys next time by in the lap after that. This is going to open the floodgates. Reddick's hit. Suarez is in it. I don't know. That made it sound like Reddick. They're in hit road now. Larson's pinning. Hamlin is not, though. We're going to have to see how that changes. Larson had a 2.3-second lead before this. He's going to pin at least a lap before Hamlin does. There goes Larson. Larson's out there. His pit stop was 12.3. Pretty decent. Harvick's hit road. We're going to see if Hamlin hit it this time by. I don't think he is not. Now Hamlin's staying out an extra 2 laps. We're going to have to see. Where is Hamlin pitting yet? Still has not hit 2 laps. He's already gone more than Larson. Will he go 3? I think that's going to be a bit ambitious, but him and Truex, so 2 Toyotas. I wonder if there's any strategy in this call here. Both Toyotas are staying out together. I think now he's gone 3 laps. I'm pretty sure. 3 laps more possibly. A Joy, though, with a good stop. I mean, that 17, they're going for it right here. They're going for it. They're probably the run of their year. Hamlin still leads. Hamlin is not pitted. A very interesting strategy called by Hamlin and Truex and Buescher and Keselowski. Keselowski does a lot of this where he stays out and tries to pull some fuel strategy stuff, but
pushing the edge almost doesn't make it sideways, just barely makes it to the line. Look at that. That is, he has all 4 tires sliding.
Larson nearly missed pit road. I mean, he had it drifting off the banking. He missed it by almost a dozen feet, and he had to correct that thing so hard. But 4 cars are not pitted. Well, 5 if you include Bell, but he's off strategy. 4 cars are not pitted yet. And they're kind of doing their opposite, pulling some sort of strategy here. Maybe going to try and do it on 2 stops. Well, these guys are going to do it on 3, or maybe they're just hoping for a caution or something along those lines. Here comes Larson about to unlap himself.
So can you save less than 42 seconds on the racetrack, right? Or can the guys with new tires and Larson's going by right there so quick be 42 seconds faster than you on the next 92 laps? We're going NASCAR nonstop.
Man, this is going to be nuts. So Hamlin and Kyle Busch and Hamlin and Truex, Buescher and Keselowski pulling a different strategy than the field. We'll have to see if this works out. Obviously, if there's a caution at any point, pretty much ruins any of it, all of it. But we'll still see how this works. Obviously, guys on fresh tires can be so much faster. Appreciate everybody watching, though. Who is your pick to win still now? So we come to 90 to go. You want a great finish? I mean, I think this is gonna get gnarly, man. I think the strategy, if it goes green to the end, this is gonna be a cool strategy race. Guys going trying to make it on 2, another trying to do it on 3. Stops, that is. Oh, I want Larson so bad. But Larson is in 5th. Obviously, the first of these cars on the regular strategy, kind of opposite the 3-stop strategy, opposite of the 2-stop strategy Hamlin's trying to pull. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Larson will beat Hamlin out on this strategy. I just think the old tires just seem so much slower. Larson passed Hamlin for that get back on the lead lap maybe 5 laps ago, and he already has a full straightaway on him. Oh, Hamlin's pitting this time. I'm not sure. So Hamlin's pitting this time here. This will allow them to make it on one more stop, but they're going to have to stretch it. I don't know. It is going to be really close. I want to see how big of a lead. Truex has not pitted yet, or Keselowski. I want to see how big of a lead Larson has over Hamlin here. I mean, oh man, this is just nuts. Oh, this is nuts. Man, this race is going forever. How many? We're already at over 3 hours time elapsed. Probably going to hit 4. So Truex is on pit. All these guys on the alternate one-stop strategy, one more, so are pitting now. Here they are, Larson. It's about an 8-second lead over Chastain, but that doesn't necessarily matter. Now he's got to work his way through some lap traffic, though. He's going around Dillon. He's about to have to go around Bubba. So is Hamlin on lead lap? Hamlin is 20 seconds back from Larson right now. And I honestly don't know how this is going to work out. Yeah, I'm trying to listen to the commentators right now because I'm trying to understand how the strategy works.
I mean, I know that sounds complicated, but it's real simple. You have to run an extra 10 laps on each set of tires if you're going to pit one last time. Those 10 laps, you're slipping and sliding, you're avoiding traffic, and you're trying not to get wrecked. Now, if you're the guy that's pitting every time, you're the opposite. You are pressure. Make that guy out there in old tires, check his mirror, not give you the lane. Cost him time because all of this is all predictive software, like my air quotes there, predictive software on how fast you think your driver can go. But drivers, you guys aren't out there by yourself. But I can predict how fast you can go, Junior and Jeff, but you have to manage traffic, manage handling. There's still some guesswork in this. Well, we're watching Kyle Larson try to get around some of these lap cars. I mean, these guys are on the lead lap or trying to stay on the lead lap. And
I'm sorry, right now I'm a Larson fan and I'm being very intense. I can hardly talk because basically he's trying to lap Bubba, but Bubba is blocking like Newman. And so it's going to be a hard one to block. He's trying to lap him.
Here, hold up this back car. Just throw me a handful of laps. Really plays in to that strategy for Denny Hamlin and Truex.
Steven, exactly right. They built it on predictive software. They also built it off of history. Jogan Racing used the same exact
boy.
A couple of years ago in the Southern 500. One last stop in this final stage, and they won the race. I think that's what they're basing it off of.
Oh, Truex almost crashes into Larson off turn 2. Oh, no. I think the Toyotas have the better strategy.
A little bit of contact right there. You say, Junior, Larson having trouble getting by these cars. I know he's trying to be careful because he's the leader, but is his car failing? Is his car starting to not drive as well as it was earlier? This race changes a great deal.
Oh, man. I'm so stressed out.
You got Ross Chastain and running a 30-55. The guys behind them running 30-80s. Larson running 31-5 the last time by. That right there. There you have it. The traffic is killing him. You're on a 31-1 right there. So it's costing him a
There's a lot more cars coming out pit road, Dave. Harvick is one of the last put on lap 270, so there's definitely an issue here.
Harvick having to make an unscheduled pit stop here. That's not good for that team.
It was only 15 laps of this set of tires, so what do we talk about? Late in the race, the glue on the studs, Rick, slow down. Make sure you tighten the wheels. Before Kevin Harvick, the next car to have a loose wheel issue, the team's going to look at the wheels, but regardless, now Ronnie Childers is going to have to flip the notepad over, get the pencil back out, figure how you now.
This is just so, I'm sorry, it's so chaotic. I can hardly talk because of the fact that people keep coming and going so fast. Oh, man. Bubba, just get out of the way.
I didn't expect to see the speed that I've seen. He switched from, I don't know if he's going to make it out of this round, to, man, how far can he go? So it's just super unfortunate. You can hear the frustration he knows behind the wheel with this stuff so hard. I think Kyle Larson, you guys are right, very frustrated with the lap traffic. You heard Chris Daniels say, hey, listen, I know you're frustrated, but we still have almost a 5-second lead. That is over Ross Chastain as of right now. But one thing, to your point, Steve, all night
This is just,
Kyle Larson can still get right here for 1 and 2, and you started to see that car get a little loose. That's mostly on the accident too. So yeah, you gotta wonder if handling as the weather conditions change.
Oh boy, Larson, just keep bringing it home, please, man. I'm just trying to keep this thing together. Now he's finally cleared some of that lap traffic. Who's the next one he's going to have to work on, though, is my question. He's going to have to get around Stenhouse, so I don't think it'll be too hard. But he's got quite a bit of clear track in front of him at the moment. And hopefully, with a good pit crew and, good in and out laps, he'll be able to get maybe 1 or 2 of these guys just through green flag cycles. Green flag pit stop cycles. You're there, Bell on the pit road. Larson, Bell, first one of these guys to pit. A bit of a strategy, I believe, here. I mean, I believe he's a bit off strategy, that is, from either of these 2 main groups.
On your own cycle, in your own boat, uncomfortable place to be, Rick. Cook out Southern 500 since the man of the sheet. We go NASCAR nonstop.
Oh boy, oh boy! It's Larson in the lead as we go NASCAR nonstop. Even though I'm not stopping, I'm trying my best to keep commentating, even though I'm so nervous as a Larson fan because I don't think our strategies are working in our favor because of these lap cars being so stubborn. Right now, we don't have to worry too much as we're getting passed by Chris Buescher, even though he's off strategy, so he's got fresh tires. Nothing to really worry about there. We got some clear track in front of us. I see the 0-0 ahead, but after that, probably still, quarter of a straightaway or third of a straightaway till the next car. We're going to have to put a lap down. That's going to be, fighting us maybe. So. Well, yeah, Larson's car definitely, I think, not driving as good now as it was earlier in the race. He looks to be fighting it a lot more in these turns. Probably going to make another adjustment on it when they come down to pit here, but.
They drove to Safe Line Auto Glass for guaranteed same-day in-shop repair.
Now here we are. We got 70 to go. Here comes Hamlin trying to pass Kurt Busch. Doesn't necessarily matter, though, as it's all 2 different strategies playing right there. Yeah, I don't think the strategy is not going, I think, exactly as Larson planned it would because of the fact that he's having to fight lap traffic in such a way that's slowing him down so much.
Now we all know Progressive offers 20% protection, but
They're showing Kyle Larson again, so I hope it's not like something like he tapped the wall into something. Well, here he is coming up on the 99 car. I'm not sure if he's already put the 47 lap down. It looks like he's quite a bit faster than this 99, so he should be able to pass him somewhat easily.
it's better than presentation.
Okay.
You know, whether it's a fraction or a decimal, it's still fun, you know.
Oh, is Logano in the wall or something? Logano looked pretty slow all of a sudden. Off turn 4, Hamlin went by. I think he's okay. Maybe he got to get out of the throttle or something there. But I think the strategy Hamlin on is definitely the preferred strategy. Larson having to race these lapped cars. It's really killing him. He is having to race them really hard. And I was thinking about that. And I think the off strategy by Hamlin is really beneficial, not just because I think this strategy is really beneficial for Hamlin, not just because Larson is it's not just because Larson is slower or anything, but because of the fact that he's having to fight lap traffic and Hamlin has no lap. I mean, he's having to put guys a lap down, whereas Hamlin maybe 1 or 2. We'll have to see how this strategy keeps progressing for him. I'm not quite sure yet, but he's not having to fight him like Larson is, that's for sure. Bad stop by Larson here now. That is not going to help neither. Now they're just hoping they got all the lug nuts on that car. But all these guys on pit road who are on the other strategy now, Hamlin's leading it for the opposite of these guys, and I don't think he's going to be contested by that, considering Truex is the second one on that strategy, and he's 16 back from Hamlin. And then it's like Busch and Keselowski, and Hamlin's almost going to put Keselowski and Busch a lap down. Oh, looks like Keselowski has switched strategies because now he's pitting with these guys. So it looks like the only guys on the opposite strategy of the most of the pack are Hamlin, Truex, and Buescher. I think there is a decent chance that we will see another caution for whether it be a blown tire or just brake failure. I'm not sure, but or just for an incident. No, 2 guys getting together. We'll see. So the 42 is now leading over the 5 car. Now Chastain is leading over Larson, and I'm not surprised. Larson had a slow pit stop. Not only that, Larson went pitted a lap after the 42. Yeah, Larson's pit crew is what lost him the lead. 2.1 seconds slower than Chastain's pit crew, even though Larson was quicker down the pit road stretch itself. Yeah, here comes Chastain now passing Hamlin back for the lead to get him, well, not for the lead, to unlap himself. Hamlin on the ultimate strategy. We'll have to see how that strategy works out for them, though. And I really don't, I don't know which strategy is going to work. Honestly, I have a good feeling that there's going to be a caution at some point, but who knows? There may not be. But Hamlin now getting passed by some more guys on the ultimate strategy. What? Oh boy. 42 It's definitely looking strong right now. That's for sure. If this thing were to run green, and that strategy is the one that works out.
And while the 40% fastest stop of the season, it wasn't the cleanest stop for the five bunch. The left run took a long time on that. The 5 has been probably the best on pit road all year long. Trying to take advantage of that very first hit call on pit road today. Not only hit one lap later than the 42, that stop wasn't as clean as it probably would have liked either.
Larson definitely in a hole at the moment. I'm not sure exactly. They don't really have good telemetry behind. How far behind is he from Chastain? It's probably a bit north of 5 seconds, or actually it's 3.5 seconds, so still manageable. But I mean, we have not seen any passes for the lead under green. That's the one thing I have to say about this race, albeit a good race. I don't even know what's going on, to be honest. Hamlin's still got to go about probably 15 laps before he's going to pit for the last time. I'm just still wondering about if we're going to get another caution. That's the big question for me. It's hard to even look at these playoff points, how they run, because it's going to keep changing up. But you can kind of assume that McDowell is 22 points below the cutoff line. Then Byron's 11. Busch is 4, and Bowman is 3, and then Reddick's the first one in, who's +3. And then Keselowski's +5, Almirola +7, and then Christopher Bell +12, Bowman Harvick +18, and then it becomes a lot more bigger gaps from there. But I need Keselowski and Almirola to drop back below that cutoff line, and Byron and Busch to go out for my bracket to still look pretty clean. But if you guys want to put in the chat, who your pick is to win now down the stretch. Appreciate everybody watching. Thanks for 15 likes on the stream as well. Here we are, back to the broadcast. 56 to go in the race. Kurt Busch about to unlap himself. So Hamlin's still got maybe 10 to go before he'll hit pit road. At least maybe 5 more laps before he hits it. Truex has actually marched into Hamlin's lead quite a bit during this run. It was 16 seconds, and now it's down to 11. So that is something to keep in note. Larson's cut down the gap between him and Chastain to 1.5 seconds. Yeah, this is definitely going to be like probably one of the most draining races of the season. That's for sure. I mean, I think the run of the day has got to be Corey LaJoie in that 7 car running in the 10th position. They've been top 10 most of the night. The 19 is just catching up to the. I mean, it's down to 10 seconds, and he's knocked 6 off this run. And if he can knock off another second or 2 before this runs over, and then he keeps that same pace on that last stretch, it's Truex versus Hamlin. That's for sure. It used to be a huge gap. Man, this is Almirola has burned over 2,000 calories in this race. That is pretty crazy. So right now, his strain is similar to that of running a half marathon. That is insane. Hamlin, 9.5 gap between Hamlin and Truex. I mean, Truex is mowing into that lead. I mean, obviously it's still huge, but we'll have to see how this works on the next run. I wonder if Hamlin had a bad adjustment or maybe he's tapped the wall, used his stuff up early. Who knows?
pit, we can take the gap on the racetrack. Then it really comes down to who can put the last together.
But man, Larson's cut down that gap between him and Chastain to 2 seconds, where it was almost 4 not too long ago. I think that gap's really going to come down to who gets down to pit road first, as well as who has the better pit stop too. This is probably the most intense strategy race of the year.
They have predictive software to tell you where you're going to rejoin. That can be just as important on what lap you cut. If you eventually do lose 2 seconds, right? Every extra lap is about 2 seconds on tires. But if you take back to the racetrack right in the middle of traffic, you can lose 2 seconds on one side of the course.
But I appreciate everybody watching. But yeah, Truex has got that lead under 8 seconds now. That's definitely something to be concerned about if I'm Hamlin. If Truex is coming on that strong right now. And this is not, I mean, if Truex wins this race, hats off to them. They've really had to fight back from a lot of adversity. Elliott about to unlap himself. Now 8 cars going to be on the lead lap after. Oh, Blaney's around. Richard. Oh, this changes everything. Oh, man. Oh, no. Corey LaJoie's going to be the first car stuck a lap down because Harvick will get that free pass, but it may be Elliott who gets it. We'll have to see when the scoring monitor came out, because Elliott had just gotten by Hamlin, but they're saying his brakes were going spongy, and then right front's down on the 12 though. I don't know. He got lost it going into turns 3. The brakes just went out for him. So the run for the 12 is probably going to come to an end here. Hey, we hit 10. We hit 10. Now we hit 15. I said we may hit 15. And this is going to, our caution's going to breed cautions now to be Hamlin. Everybody's going to pit here. It's going to be Hamlin, Truex, Chastain, Larson, Logano, Kurt, Buescher, Elliott. Probably are the only cars on the lead lap. Now the question is, though, they're going to get restarted with, I don't know, maybe 40 to go or a little less. You're going to run it green all the way to the finish. Yeah, you will. So yeah, if it goes green to the finish, no more pit stops. That's the thing. So end of green flag pit stops. It
doesn't matter who has what back on the tires. They're all coming to pit road. Fresh, good year. And now it's going to be a 40-lap race to the finish. As you see the cars feel the pit road.
Man, everything's changing now.
So Rick, with us now is Kyle Larson, who has dominated the night, leading 156 laps. He is back in the 4th position.
But wow, this race has been just crazy.
He said, I don't know what to do to make it better without hurting something. We're so good on the long run, but I know
Hamlin and Larson have honestly just traded the lead a lot of this night in the 2 dominant cars, that's for sure. But only 8 cars on the lead lap, 9, including Harvick, who just got the wave around. And then there's basically, what is that? There's 13 cars 1 lap down. And then everybody else after that is pretty much out of the picture. I wonder if Eric Jones is out of this race, or if he's just got a... Okay, Eric Jones is still in this race. He must have to go behind the wall or something, though, because he's 56 laps down. Yeah, right now there are 5 DNFs: Mike McDowell, James Davidson, Kyle Busch, William Byron, and Cody Ware. And then you'll have Eric Jones, who's many laps down. He's probably going to park it here soon himself, because he's so many laps down that even if somebody wrecks, he won't get any spots. And then you got Joey Gates and a couple other guys who are just a lot of laps down. Yeah, 10 cautions, guys. Are we going to get more cautions? Are cautions going to breed cautions? That is the questions. That is the questions. The question. Cautions going to breed cautions? But this restart, I mean, every restart's going to be big now. I assume the Toyota teammates will probably go together on the inside. And if they do that, I have a feeling that Chastain and Larson will probably go together on the outside. And I think that could make for a pretty good restart, pretty even restart. And now there's 9 cars on the lap. This could make for a good finish for Chastain and Chris Busch, are 2 non-playoff drivers.
Just step into the shower with Control GX, the first and only shampoo that blends away a little greater than a wash.
And then for somebody who could, I mean, if we get another caution, if LaJoy can keep that free pass spot and come and get that free pass, that would be big for that team, that's for sure. I wonder if the Ford's got an issue. He's in his pit stall. Maybe they're just taking their time. I'm sure we'll hear about it when they come back to live. Oh, I think they're just trying to buff out some of the fenders. Maybe he got into the wall a bit? That's got to be it. They're also checking the 12 car. Because this could be big. If he just lost the brakes on that car, I don't think he actually did, because he must have gotten his pit stall. But if the brakes are fading on that car and they can't fix it, I mean, he could be done for the day. Now he has a lot of points for his buffer, but now as they run, he's got 22 points to the good, and he can only lose 10 more spots. So at worst, even if he does have to retire, he'll probably still come out of here with at least a 10-point cushion over the cutoff line.
Playoff drivers, a lot of them have had issues throughout tonight's race. This cookout Southern 500 has been difficult. Junior just got nailed for speeding on pit road.
Truex speeding.
Mistakes being made. Driver, machines, everything.
Truex speeding on pit road. He's only going to lose 8 spots though, so that could be worse. Unless he has to go all the way to the rear, we'll see. But yeah, the 48 and the 24 got together early. They're kind of just recapping the race. And then the 34 gets loose off turn 2 and just wrecks it. Kills the 34, then the 18. Yeah. The 24 also didn't have a tire on tight enough. And then he he just goes straight into turn 1. That caused him to DNF. And then just now, Blaney just spins it out. Well, apparently Lott was losing his brakes into turns 3 and 4, and that brings out the caution this time. The one thing I do not like is that caution for Blaney, I mean, he kept it going straight right after. Like, I mean, I can think of multiple times in other races where somebody has spun this year and they did not throw the caution. I think it was because it was a bit more in the racing line, but yeah, I don't know. It's still a bit weird to me. Wow, Hamlin's going to take the outside, and Larson's going to go with him. So it'll be Hamlin and Larson on the outside, Chastain and Logano on the inside.
And then LaJoy, though, you see him there, row 3. He's actually running 16th on that man. Yeah, so they did the choose here, but you're seeing the flag push away from yellow line Miguel. So they're going to add another lap. So we'll do this again. I'm tired. We've been doing this for 320 laps. What I'm going to mention is Corey LaJoy, so we're going to re-choose. So Corey LaJoy is like the call it 7th car line. He's 16th. He's the first car one lap down. Because there's another group of cars, Ryan Newman, Ryan Reese, Austin Dillon.
A lot of guys took the wave around, even though they're on really old tires.
So what you see on the racetrack, the front 5 or 6, very clear. Everything else is going to be important to watch the time and scoring.
Well, that sucks for Truex, though. Actually, he has to go all the way back to the rear of the field. I forgot about that. And so appreciate everybody watching.
Yep, so after processing that, Truex has apologized to the team a couple of times, and remember,
But here we are. Anyway, so they're getting restarted here with, I believe, 42 to go. They're going to have to go through the choose cone this time by.
not sure if he can make his way back back to the field, but they have an awfully quick car.
Oh, look at this time. Choose again.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin, instead of choosing the outside line, choose the inside line. Everybody's choosing the inside all.
So now,
Kyle Larson, he went to the top. Front two went to the bottom. He said, hey, I'm going to leave the front row left open. I'm going to go try it up there, see what I can make happen.
And why that penalty for the Truex car is so painful is we have lead lap cars, and we have lap down cars that did it, and we have the free pass, and we have all these cars that wave around, and guess what Truex?
but here we are. We're going to get restarted. This time by Hamlin on the inside, Larson on the outside. Chastain pushing Hamlin. Kurt Busch pushing Larson. Sorry, I'm getting really tired here, guys. It's been a long race. Definitely the longest one I've commentated, I believe. Already, yeah, it's great. It's going to be over 4 hours long. So, hopefully, Kurt Busch can get Larson a good push and he'll clear Hamlin. 42 to go. Oh, the 42's on the bumper, the 11, the 1's not. On the bumper, the 5. Great restart with the inside. The outside has been terrible, man. What the heck? Golly. Golly, the outside line's brutal. Oh, something's like broke on the 17. He had a huge checkup off the turn. Everybody keeps it straight, but they stack up big time. Are they going to keep it going straight? Looks like so, but they're 3 wide back there now because of that big checkup. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, the 20 is getting swirly. Are they going to keep it straight? So far they have. Oh, does the 9 have a tire going down? He's sparking. Oh, Chase Elliott blows the tire. He's in the wall. And Chase Elliott's blown a tire. Oh, no more playoff implications. What is this? What is this? Oh, that thing is pretty killed. Oh, yep. That right front bent inward. I don't know if he's gonna be able to finish this one. But Corey LaJoie back on the lead lap. Let's go. The 23 comes up into the 20. Okay, they're 3 wide, but that was Bubba's fault. Bubba just rammed the 20 up into the 9. But man, this restart was nuts. They had a huge checkup, and now the 9 blows the tire because they all banged into each other. They were 3 wide off turn 4. But I mean, even with all this, I think the 9's gonna have to go behind the garage. Yeah, the 9's going behind the garage. That thing's killed.
He's told Alan Gustafson, it's killed. No way we can go on. Alan told him, he said, hey, let's do the best we can, but I agree with Chase Elliott. It won't even turn coming to his pit stall. Kyle Larson, the only Hendrick Motorsports car that has survived to this point.
Larson right now carrying the banner for Hendrick because he got 2 Hendrick cars out of the race, another one multiple laps down. 3 Hendrick cars have blown tires in this race.
Great break for the 2 of practice last season. Now gets the pit, Dave.
Man, this
Cars pitting, others considered it if others pitted with them.
Now we are at 11 cautions, guys. How many are we going to get? This race just keeps going. I just want this race to end by at least 10:30, 11. I don't know. We'll see. But
Kurt's car's banged up. He banged into his teammate on the just after they chose before they left.
well, we'll probably get restarted about 34 to go, 35 to go.
Four car is still out there, Marty, bagged up though.
Really good call by James Small here to come get 4
But yeah, so many playoff drivers getting hurt by this. Now look at, I think Elliott's finally dropped down the rankings more. Where is he? And now he's in about 23rd. He's going to some more, though. As he runs right now, he's still got 13 to the good. But if he can't finish this, he's going to drop 10 more. So he'll be only a couple to the good.
Corey LaJoy was scored the highest scored car that was one lap down. He was in 16th. There were 15 cars on the lead lap prior to caution.
They're going to try to get that 9 car back in it, but I don't think it's going to happen.
This is Darlington. 3 wide, not going to work. If you're Chase Elliott, I don't know what you can do here. The 3 wide on the top. The only choice he could have had was a lift really early, assuming they weren't going to take that spot.
What was Bubba thinking there?
3 wide is not ever going to work. You work every now and then, but you can't get out of it.
Man, Bubba ran. I mean, he was fighting for a spot. Bubba put some 3 wide to the inside off turn 4, but just comes right up into the 20, which would have been okay if Elliott wasn't on the outside and they all went into the wall.
What's it look like? 15 cars, 16 cars, maybe. Of laps to go here at Darlington. It's just amazing to me.
If Ross Chastain wins, this will be the first driver with the McDonald's as the main sponsorship. That would be nuts, Shield X. I would not mind Chastain to win, but I'd rather Larson win. Yeah, Elliott's going behind the garage. There are so many playoff drivers out of this race. It's almost unbelievable.
You just can't think the drivers and teams that are so good and then the leaders all year.
I mean, now with all these DNFs, Michael McDowell wrecked early. He's still in the hole, but he's only 20 points down. He may even be less than that, even though he's going to finish last, because there's like 5 cars who are going to finish outside the top 30. That is nuts. I don't think he has a great shot to make it still, but. So Chastain thinks he has a tire rub. Oh, or the 1 does. Never mind. Man, I don't know. Are we going to get more cautions? Kurt Busch now has to make an unscheduled pit stop because of damage. They didn't think it was too bad, but now they're redoing it. Oh, Larson takes the outside again. Now he has Buescher pushing him. I don't think that's a great idea, but we'll see what happens.
Again, it's the 11 on the inside. Chastain's going to line up behind him again. Larson will be on the outside.
We'll have to see if Larson can get a better run this time by. It's Hamlin on the inside, Larson on the outside, Chastain pushing Hamlin, Buescher pushing Larson. And then behind them, we got the Penske teammates, Logano on the inside, Kozlowski on the outside.
So the first 14 cars are the first 14 cars, or at least the first 13 cars on the racetrack. LaJoy and Kurt towards the back. So everything up front you're watching, that's the race for the win with 37 to go.
Are we going to get another caution? I don't know. We'll see. I'm not going to be too surprised if we do. I kind of hope we do. Here we are. Who's going to get the good restart? It looks like the 42 and the inside line's going to have it. Here they come to the Geico restart zone. And, yep, the inside line's got a good restart again. Chastain, a great push to the 11. The 5's still there, though. Not as clear as they were the first time through. Larson going to most likely clear Chastain. Larson's got to run down the back straightaway. He's going to try and do anything with it on Hamlin down into turns 3 and 4. Larson looking at the outside of Hamlin. Larson putting all kinds of pressure on Hamlin. Hamlin with a good block, though. Now Chastain looking at the inside of Larson. Oh, Chastain moves up and slides up the track big time. But Hamlin's going to drive away because I don't know if it's the package or what, but you cannot pass for the lead under green. That's the one thing I figured out. It's all about who makes it through down to turn 1 first.
as well.
Logano now catching up to these guys.
When you don't have the best car, you sit there and watch everybody else make all the mistakes. You walk out of here with a top 5 or top
Larson trying to stalk down Hamlin with 34 to go.
We just saw him right behind this group. We just saw him on pit road.
And here they are, side by side back here. Oh, man, they are battling hard back in the pack. Truex Jr. up into 7th.
Clean air in the 7th position, 34 to go with a little pressure tire. 5 car. We thought he was losing the balance a little bit over the last several runs. Looks like they made some adjustments to put the speed back to this 5 car. Harder.
The 5 and the 11 are just so close, but because of this package, it is, I don't know if it's a package or what, but it is just hard to pass. That's for sure with 33 to go.
Here, these first couple laps, they needed to work on that in the 11. It looks like right now at 5 is hanging with it, making up adjustments, Marty. Hey, Parker, about that 5 car, remember all night long, 1 and 2, that has been their strength. You watch Larson just rocket around the top, right against the wall, kind of creating his own lane here at Darlington. Down in 3 and 4, that has been their struggle. In fact, one point, Cliff Daniels said, I can't fix 3 and 4 tonight with what I could do on.
At 32 to go, it's still Larson and Hamlin.
So through here, Hamlin should be better, but a 1 and 2, Larson has been strong all night.
Hamlin's just stronger. It's this pass. You cannot pass for the lead. There were no passes for the lead this whole race, and there's not going to be. Oh, it's just hard to watch. There's nothing that we can do.
That's exactly what's happened. See the 5 car sliding around a little bit. That's going to frustrate that driver. He's going to have to regroup. He's going to have to think about how to get ready.
Yeah, Hamlin's won. It's over. Oh, God, unless there's a caution. They just can't do anything. Oh, man, what is this package? I don't know what it, I mean, there's been some good battling, but you cannot do anything for the lead at all. At all. I mean, it is brutal to watch. Even when people have made passes inside the top 5, it takes them like 10 laps. I mean, I don't know. They're basically even. And the problem is you're basically even, so it's not going to make any difference.
There he is right there.
I mean, Larson is horrible off turn 4. Horrible. He loses a 10th a lap off turn 4. Everywhere else, he'll close in. I mean, he just went from, he was 4/10 at the stripe last time by, closed it down to less than 2.5 coming into the turn 3. Off turn 4, he drops back to 6/10 back. Like, what the heck? Golly. Chris Buescher with the solid run in 7th. Chastain in 3rd. LaJoie hopefully can work his way back up and get a top 10. He deserves it. Priest also the. I mean, there's not playoff guys in there's only 5 playoff guys in the top 10. I don't think I would believe that if you told me that at the beginning of this race.
Daniel Suarez, Ryan Newman, more non-playoff drivers that are up here inside the top 15.
I mean, Larson's looking, but there's nothing he can do. He's horrible off the turn 4 exit. Like, brutal. It literally loses a 10th a lap just off the turn, between turn 4 and the start line. Everywhere else, he's okay. But other than that, gosh, he loses.
Once again, having one of the best ever Darlington runs tonight, sitting in 4th, meanwhile, Denny Hamlin holding off Larson, in fact, stretching the lead, Rick.
I mean, there's just nothing you can do. This pack, I mean, gosh.
Trying to put a little more distance between the two. It's a half a second that separates them. Coming up on 26 laps to go here at Darlington.
Denny Hamlin's going to be hard to beat on a long run. He's so good here, so smooth. I'll tell you, compared to Jake Pearson, who was the best at Darlington, and I would agree. Right now, I don't know that there's anybody better at getting around this racetrack. Now, Larson is shown to be the better driver this year, the better team. But he's got his work cut out for him to try to catch and pass.
There's no way Larson's passing Hamlin. It's just not happening. Oh, it's going to suck. This is really going to suck. This is going to suck to suck.
Several more laps to be able to produce that second choice, that second try.
Please have a caution. Somebody wreck it.
It's been watching Denny Hamlin. 1 and 2 pretty much looks like the same thing he's done all night long. But watching him 3 and 4.
Gosh.
Drives into 3, runs the high line, but now he turns left and leaves low.
Oh man, this is just painful to watch. Oh man, Harvick trying to get Logano for fourth.
You can just see the comfort Kevin Harvick has in this racetrack running this car. And Rodney Childers' crew team told me these first three tracks set up nice for it. Next, you see the 19 now coming into the picture.
But these guys are going to be battling hard for fourth. Logano, Harvick, and Truex. It's nice to see Harvick up front battling for these top spots again. And now 19 comes flying by the floor. He's got a bit fresher stuff. I think he'll get by Logano and Harvick pretty easily with those fresh tires. He's already gotten by Harvick, but I don't think he's got enough time to make up all the time between him and the leader.
To allow them to regroup and catch up with the top three. But definitely got the pace to do it, Marty. Chase Elliott Jr. out of the infield care center. Hey, what a tough way to end the night. And it was maybe not the best night that you wanted. How quickly did you know the tire was going down, Chase?
Yeah, and, just as soon as I was turning in the corner, but yeah, just really appreciate Napa for letting us run the special team and making it a special weekend for some of the experience for children on my end, just make way too many mistakes. And that's deserve when you make that many mistakes. So,
Larson's just trying to catch Hamlin, and this is so hard to watch. The dirty air is killer. I mean, at least Hamlin's like the second fastest car on the day.
To the wall than anybody else. He's willing to push that edge just a little bit. Race winning time. Watch him in the entrance to turn 3. He's going to enter right against the wall. He was 2 laps ago. He's the fastest car. That lap he wasn't. Actually, that car right there, that McDonald's car, he was the fastest car.
Jeff Jr., you guys have talked about tires and how important they are here. I'm noticing the 11 of Denny Hamlin, when he comes off of both turn 2 and 4, his car stays straight. Larson, on the other hand, that back end comes out almost every time. He has been wearing out those rear tires. Is he doing more damage by pushing it this hard early?
Denny's super smooth, just like David Pearson. That's a great comparison. You never really see Denny slide the car or get out of shape. And when he's leading the race, he knows he really doesn't have to.
Yeah, this
guys behind you do all that work. And we know the 5 car is going to run as hard as he can. He's catching this 11. He's got some great momentum right here around the top side. He's gained a lot right through turns 3 and 4 right there. You know, when Denny Hamlin looks at the mirror and sees that, he's going to think about trying some things different the next time they go through that corner. Larson's even opened his entry up into 1. He's already moved it even into 1. Opened up his entry.
Larson's just trying anything to get to 11 right now. Oh, that car. Oh. Lap car.
Turn 3 and 4. Momentum for the 11 car down the front straight away. Watch this line for the 5 car. It'll be a little bit higher. Oh, he got down low that time. Denny actually goes down a little bit higher. Look how he's in the gas center. Pulls a little bit through the middle of turns 1 and 2.
You see the speeds on the bottom left. Truex, though, fastest car on the racetrack, but does he have enough time? 4 seconds back, 17 laps to go. Can those pressure tires work for the driver of the 19 as these two continue to battle?
All right, so now Denny Hamlin answered. Denny Hamlin said, okay, I'll see you up there on the exit of 2, exit of 4.
Dude, this dirty air is horrible. Oh, it's a waste of my race. Oh, gosh. Oh. Like, what is this? You can literally do nothing.
Not going to give you what you want. You're going to have to do something different.
Yep. Gap closed now, under 0.3 of a second. It's been under 0.2 of a second. Between the top 2, under 16 laps to go at Darlington.
Larson right on the wall. He stays committed to that fence on corner exit. There you go, that spotter. That information coming to Denny Hamlin.
He's got to push harder.
Spotter saying, hey, he's riding that wall all the way around. He knows exactly what that means.
I mean, Larson's got to push harder. Just not enough right now. Chastain's tailing these guys, hoping they pull up like what Hamlin and Chastain did at the Xfinity Series race a year ago.
And allow him the opportunity to slip right by there. Close in on this 5 car. Larson tried to run lower on corner exit right there. It really hurt him. Larson may have used this car up.
A lot of pressure being put on the 5 right now.
That thing cannot come in the corner exit. Both of them off the corner clean. Look at Larson. He is whirling out. Look contact right there. Chastain to the bottom. Dive down into the corner.
Can't clear him though. Won't be able to slide at the front of the 5. Ross Chastain stays at 3rd.
Hey, what? If Chastain gets by Larson, he is going to run Hamlin down. I think he's got the fastest car. I think he used up a lot of it right there trying to make that pass. And now he'll have to regroup, try to put together several good laps to be able to put himself in position to do that again.
Larson's just trying, but I mean, Hamlin's got the better car right now. Larson's throwing all he has at it.
There's a prediction.
And there it is. That's just started strike. He did it. You're fine. At what point does Larson cross that line, though, of taking too much of a risk? He ran faster. It's a critical playoff race. I mean, I know he wants to go out there and win. He has the playoff points to take these type of risks. Well, we've heard him talk lately about racing for points. Yeah, afraid to make moves because of racing for points. But you know what? If you win, you're in. It's done. You're in to the next round. It's impressive how he runs right on the wall.
I mean, Larson doesn't have a car anymore. I mean, the freaking dirty air, I mean, there's no chance he is going to get this win. He's going to need Hamlin to blow a tire in turn 1 or something. I mean, there's this, what is this garbage, man? Oh, I can't even.
The 42 was all over the 5. You saw him slip slide, and now he can't keep up. Just a little bit of damage to those tires.
Oh, I just.
Coming up on the final 10 laps.
What is it? Oh, golly, man. Oh, it's stupid, dirty air.
No wins in 2021. By this time last year, he had already
Please, somebody wreck it.
6 wins.
Oh,
This season, winless. But was in a great battle with Kyle Larson for the
somebody just handle it.
That got him a lot of playoff points, which has helped him out. Now a win.
Larson's just throwing everything he has at it, but like, because it's dirty air, it doesn't matter. I mean, even if he runs the fastest lap every time here on out, I mean, if he gets this bumper, all he can do is wreck Hamlin. You cannot pass.
Move his lane around, as you saw. But one of the things he talked about during the race when he was talking to his crew chief, Fitz Gabehart, was what the things he needed inside that car to be able to move his line to aero block in the position where he's the leader trying to hold someone off. Well, it came to fruition there when he was able to move up and hold off that 5. You see Larson continue to run that high lane. He held him off the last time.
It's like nothing. Everything Larson does, it does not make a difference. He's running every line he can get.
On that screen, we've seen a calm, cool, collected Denny Hamlin for 2 weeks, but here it is, 8 laps from the pay window. Heart rate's up a little bit. He knows what's coming. Focus.
2 times.
Larson's just trying everything he can, even when he's exiting off the high line, which has the momentum theoretically.
And so, right now, running in the 2nd spot, still trying to run down the 11 of Denny Hamlin to get to victory lane. 7 laps to go.
The last 2 laps. And Larson was actually faster than Hamlin, so what did Hamlin do? He rolled Larson sideways, Hamlin went up, ran the wall, took the line away from Larson once again, and then Hamlin was the fastest.
And Rick, you would think with Larson running so close to the wall, you might be a little afraid to get too close. Every time, though, every lap, Cliff Daniels says, the right side is fine. Don't worry about it. Run the line you want to run to catch the 11.
Ross Chastain falling back just a bit now. He's 1.6 seconds. Race leader Denny Hamlin.
Regardless of the finish for Chastain, though, he might not be in the playoffs, but Trackhouse is going to feel really good about next year and the driver they're getting. Oh, no question. I'm going to tell you who's going to be heartbroken if this thing ends like this is Martin Truex Jr. That speed penalty. They were going to come off pit road with the lead. He's the fastest car on the racetrack. Great opportunity to win this race. Late race penalty took it away from him. He's 2 cents faster.
I just don't know what to say, man. Oh, what is this? Somebody blow a tire.
7 seconds back, under 5.
Most impressive by Denny Hamlin to not only keep this lead, but be patient, not slide the car. He's not slipped one time. We haven't seen the back wiggle. Larson continues to close, continues to get close. And Denny just keeps on running that line, keeps on running smooth, moving around, taking away the aero advantage from the 5 car. It's so impressive watching Larson trying to run him down. His car is not sticking to the racetrack. It's moving all over, but he still just lays it right on the boards. Look at that.
Three to go. Somebody blow a tire.
Rare quality behind the wheel of that 5 car. To be able to do what he's doing. I mean, both these guys, it's so impressive.
Trying to get everything out of these machines. Again, this race started over 4 hours ago. And now Larson up into the wall again.
Almost. I mean, you almost can't tell whether he's hitting the wall or not. He's just running so close. And the closer he gets, the more side force it creates on that car. So he's getting closer. That's the thing. Like, if he were to move away from it, he loses a little bit of grip. So he tries to run as close as he possibly can without touching it.
The lap times are so close, separated by less than 1/10 of a second. Coming up on the final lap.
Larson's just throwing everything he has.
Oh, he's in it there. Just a little bit. Oh, my gosh.
There's 1 lap to go. Presented by Raceway. Denny Hamlin, a mile and a third.
GG's Denny. Final lap.
21. A near perfect race for Denny Hamlin.
What?
Entering the playoffs, he was second in the regular season. But one of only 3 drivers that were winless, and now he's slow on the track. The 5 right up behind him. Smoke coming out for Larson. Larson up against the wall. It's a drag race to the trigger.
Oh no! Oh my gosh! What was that? Finish. What was that finish?
Went as hard as he could into the game. I tried the video game. I tell you, it looked like a video game. Throw it in there, knowing he was going to
Oh,
completely tear the wall down and just stay in the gas to make something happen.
He used the wall. It's a good thing that Hamlin didn't leave the top lane opener. He would have been outside.
And you said they were building new cars.
Yeah.
There you have it.
What a battle. These playoffs are
yeah. Larson literally said, "Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't keep talking, but
slow for Hamlin, but it was actually just Larson pushing it harder than the car was willing to give him.
And he gets to the outside corner and he wins the race. The thing Hamlin didn't run the line.
Larson literally just tried to wall ride it as in a video game coming to the line, and it actually could have worked." Oh man, what a finish! I don't know. I can't talk. I wish we could have won, but I don't know. I'm kind of depressed because we didn't win. I don't know. I'll see you guys in the next one. Yeah. Goodbye.